Então vamos lá. O professor Lehana é vice-presidente de pesquisa do St. Joseph Healthcare Hospital em Hamilton. Ele é diretor científico do Instituto de Pesquisa do St. Joseph Healthcare do hospital. É professor de bioestatística no Departamento de Métodos, Evidências e Impactos de Pesquisa em Saúde da Universidade McMaster. A reputação dele é internacional e toda essa reputação levou a ser homenageado por muitas sociedades profissionais. Ele é membro eleito do Instituto Internacional de Estatística, membro da Royal Society of Canada, membro da American Statistical Association, membro da Society of Clinical Trials, membro da Academia Canadense de Ciências de Saúde e membro associado estrangeiro honorário da Academia de Ciências da África do Sul. Ele é ex-presidente da Society of Clinical Trials, terminou agora, né, o período dele como presidente. Ele recebeu o prêmio em 2022 da Sociedade de Estatística do Canadá pelo impacto dos trabalhos deles de forma colaborativa e aplicada, né, à saúde. O Dr. Thabane, ele vai receber agora um diploma honorário da Universidade de Stellenbosch, da África do Sul, e agora em dezembro, pela contribuição na área de metodologia de ensaios clínicos. Ele é editor-chefe da revista Pilot and Feasibility Studies e é membro do conselho editorial de muitas revistas, incluindo Trials and Clinical Trials. Ele é coautor de mais de 1000 manuscritos revisados por pares, levando a contribuições significativas para a transformação da ciência, da saúde e da prestação de cuidado em muitas áreas clínicas. Ele orientou mais de 200 estudantes de pós-graduação e jovens professores e ganhou vários prêmios de ensino e orientação por seu compromisso com a capacitação em pesquisa em saúde e com estímulo à próxima geração de pesquisadores. Então vocês prestem atenção no quanto esse professor é importante, quantas experiências e quanto conhecimento eles têm. Amanhã eu apresento o professor Jean, que está aqui, também vou falar do currículo dele, e na quinta eu apresento o professor Murilo, a professora Fótima e a professora Evelina, que são os palestrantes do Brasil que estarão aqui também, tá bom? Então, muito obrigada, bom evento a todos.
Now I think you can put on your microphone so somebody can have the translation. All right, I wanted to start by saying a huge thank you, obrigado to Maria, Luciana, and Joelcio. I'm here because they invited me to come. And I'm grateful to my colleague as well, who is here, and you'll hear from him tomorrow. This is probably my 5th time back here in Tópicos. I gave a lecture in this room a few years ago, and it's such a delight to be back. And I'm grateful for the wonderful, warm reception from everybody. This feels like coming back home to me. When I went from the airport, we stopped at another place where we had a wonderful time. It's called Siva, I can't even pronounce it. Yeah. And then I asked, what does that mean? Apparently it's a place where fish stop to live. They go into people's tummies. And so this was a wonderful day, and we had a wonderful afternoon with some great friends as well. Now, I wear quite a number of hats at McMaster. I'm a professor in my main department of health research methods, evidence, and impact. But I'm also affiliated with several clinical departments within the university. And I just wanted to give you a sense so you can actually appreciate the spectrum of roles I have to play. I'm also vice president for research at one of our main hospitals. And a lot of what I'm going to share with you has to do with many of the things we have to deal with within the hospital. And hopefully you can learn from our experiences as well. This is McMaster University. For those of you who have never been there, Maria was there this Thabane, and so was Joelcio and Luciana. And I hope you all come to visit. It's a fantastic place. And this is really, research is what place where research is infectious. This is St. Joseph's Hospital. This you can see overlooking my office. I think both Luciana, Guelcio, and Cornelia have been to this place with them. But I always want to acknowledge one of my favorite colleagues, Rosemary, who is really the reason why I end up in Brazil. Rosemary is a Brazilian at heart and always wanted to figure out how we can best create collaboration between Brazil and Canada. And she's really part of the reasons why I ended up coming here. Now, back to the topic. Macpasa is the home of the founding fathers of evidence-based medicine. The guy to your far left is David Sackett, and next to him is Brian Haynes, and lastly is Gordon Guyatt. The medical school at McMaster started in the 60s, and Dave Sackett was an American who was recruited to help create a different type of medical school. Medical school that will be using evidence to make clinical decisions to provide care to patients. He created the first ever Department of Clinical Epidemiology, and as a result, recruited quite a number of people to help them to be able to actually use evidence to provide care to patients. Brian Haynes and Gordon Guyatt were among his first students. He was teaching doctors how to generate evidence. He was also teaching them how to read and appraise evidence, and then use it to make clinical decisions. Later on, Gordon Guyatt, which is the guy on the far right, said, this sounds like evidence-based medicine. That's how the name came about. So evidence-based medicine was what Dave Sackett started, and then his student Gordon Guyatt called evidence-based medicine as we know it today. As you know, it's been one of those milestones that has been appreciated around the world, and BMJ called it one of the best that's ever happened to humanity in the last 100 years. Now, in general, really clinicians have to make lots of decisions throughout the day. Right? Quite often when they have patients in front of them looking for answers to provide care to those patients. And quite often they're looking for available evidence to help them make better decisions. And in general, about 5 questions that they need to answer on a daily basis. And you can imagine, on a daily basis, there's more than 2,000 articles that get published with new evidence, 75 trials overall, 11 systematic reviews, and this happens on a daily basis. And there's so many other evidence-based resources that claim to provide you with the latest evidence to answer all these questions. But not a single one of them can provide you with all of the answers you're looking for, right? So my class was an invention at McMaster, trying to help clinicians provide a single resource where you can get the best answers from all these different sources for your questions. It looks at all the evidence, it appraises the evidence, and then documents it within the system, and all you have to do is register to be able to actually access this. It's all free, by the way. Now, you've just learned that the Canadians have just developed evidence-based guidelines to manage chronic non-cancer pain. You're a clinician and providing care. And by the way, this is also actually available. So this guideline was actually developed and published in 2017 about how to use opioids for chronic non-cancer pain. So why are Canadians worried about the use of opioids? Approximately 1 in 5 Canadians suffer from chronic non-cancer pain. I'm sure in Brazil we probably face a similar thing. And honestly, even though North Americans in general represent about 5% of the entire population, 8% of opioid prescriptions are consumed in North America. Canada is part of that North America. And a lot of these people who actually get this prescription end up being dependent on this opioids. Between 8% and 12% of patients prescribed this end up becoming addicted to it. So it is not a small thing. And certainly the evidence shows that there's about 64% increase in the risk of death for people who depend on opioids. So it's not a small thing. And when you look at hospitalizations, about 13 hospitalizations a day in Canada, or even close to 10 visits on a daily basis based on overdose of opioids. But the benefits really are not very clear. You see people being prescribed this, but the benefits are really not clear. Let me give you a very simple case. It's a 55-year-old individual who has a history of chronic back pain. A lot of us live with back pain. He's tried acupuncture, tried other non-opioid treatments, and he has been advised by a friend to say, hey, why don't you ask your physician to prescribe you opioids? Because they're common, all right? Now, let's look at the evidence. There's very high quality evidence showing that actually it can reduce pain, all right? Increase physical function. The evidence is high quality. Average effects below considered minimally important difference, and 10% more patients really do actually get something more than minimum important difference. But anything that we do that has benefits tend to also has potential harms. There's moderate to high quality evidence showing that you can develop GI problems, you can be addicted, you could actually die from overdose of opioids. And certainly there's other things that could also happen. High quality evidence for reduction of pain, certainly definitely moderate high quality evidence that bad things can happen. Now, let me ask you, how many of you would prescribe opioids for this individual? All right? Raise your hand if you actually prescribe opioids. You don't have to be a doctor. You saw the evidence. Raise your hand if you can prescribe opioids. All right? No? Okay, so quite a number of people will say no, they will not prescribe opioids. Let me give you a second case. All right? 25-year-old, history of chronic back pain sustained from playing basketball. She's tried to treat the pain with over-the-counter medication. She thinks she needs prescription for the pain because it's not getting any better. All right? Let's look at the evidence. All right? No significant differences. No significant increase in function. There's certainly very moderate to high quality evidence for potential harms. All right? How many of you would prescribe opioids for this individual? They're in your office and they want a prescription. All right? Raise your hand if you prescribe opioids. One person. 3. All right? Okay. Raise your hand if you will not prescribe opioids. Quite a number of people will not prescribe opioids. All right? We will come back to these cases to hear what the guideline actually recommends. Now, I'm raising this as examples because clinicians on a daily basis in a hospital are faced with similar decisions. And the evidence in most cases is there, it's contradictory, sometimes it's very conclusive about what to do and what not to do. We'll see what the guidelines say on this one. But for us to be able to actually understand what it takes to make good clinical decisions, we have to really think about how we train clinicians, about the importance of evidence-based principles, in particular, how they look at the quality of evidence. Right? I am going to illustrate to you, using 3 examples, the importance of making sure that we train healthcare professionals about evidence. Because whether we like it or not, on day 1, once they get employed, they have to make decisions about what to do and what not to do. And in most cases, the evidence is clear. Some cases, the evidence is not clear. But for them to be able to do that, they need to be able to understand issues regarding the quality of evidence. I will give you one example looking at a synthesis of the evidence based on small trials versus the evidence coming from a single large trial. And in both cases, there's contradictory conclusions about what to do. I'll also give you evidence based on information coming from subgroups, quite often coming from randomized controlled trials. And we'll see what to do about a situation like that. I'll also give you situations where there's evidence coming from clinical trials and information coming from observational studies. And we'll see how one will actually handle that situation. Now, for those of you who are actually practicing evidence-based medicine in your clinic, you probably know that most guidelines are based on systematic reviews of published clinical trials to guide what to do and what not to do. I'll give you a very simple example of intravenous corticosteroids. The evidence coming from a systematic review of published randomized trials was very clear that it had no significant reduction in mortality, and therefore the guidelines were not recommending for this to be used. Right? Now, this makes sense because it's coming from systematic reviews of published randomized controlled trials. That's what guidelines are based for. Now there was a single trial done, and this single trial showed that actually it increases mortality. So now you're stuck as a clinician. What should I do? If you practice evidence-based medicine, you rely on systematic review of collective wisdom from all the trials. But there's a single large trial saying that don't believe it, because there's a risk of prescribing corticosteroids to patients because it can increase their risk of mortality. We'll come back to this case. Let me give you another second example. People know about use of albumin in critically ill patients. There was evidence coming from a systematic review of all published evidence showing that it increases mortality in patients by almost 70%. I don't think anyone would actually even doubt about this evidence. But there was a single large trial that actually showed that actually it made no difference. Right? What am I giving you? Evidence coming from a systematic review of small trials telling you something else, and then you have a large single trial telling you the opposite. What would you do if you're a clinician? Why are there such discrepancies between a single trial versus a collective of trials? What are you supposed to do when you have been trained that the best way to make decisions is to rely on a systematic review of all the available evidence? Now, randomized controlled trials is what we rely on to make decisions, right? Essentially, one of the biggest things we worry about in science is bias, and randomized controlled trials help us to be able to avoid those biases. When we do randomization, we avoid selection bias. We do blinding of patients or even their physicians in trials. We avoid performance bias, detection bias, and all sorts of other biases. Allocation and concealment help us to be able to also avoid selection bias. When we do intention to treat analysis, when we analyze trials, we avoid attrition bias. And then we also try to do the best we can to make sure we avoid reporting bias. In reality, randomized controlled trials, they provide the best available evidence. They're at the top of the hierarchy. Unfortunately, in reality, they are not gold standard. They are bronze standard. This is one fundamental aspect that we need to be training clinicians. So many small trials are prone to many of the biases. Hence why, if take something that's biased and you collect 10 biased studies, you get a collection of biased studies. This is why it's important for us to train clinicians that just because it's based on a systematic review, it doesn't mean you have to believe it. It is important for you to understand what potential biases will come from. Let me give you a second example of relying on subgroup evidence to make decisions. What is a subgroup analysis in a trial? When we are comparing effects of treatment between subgroups of patients based on a specific risk factor. I'll give you examples about that. We often do studies bringing lots of patients who vary by age, by sex, by gender, or many other factors or other risk factors. We randomize them into intervention and control, and then we follow them over time and compare the outcomes between them in a future time. So that's where the main comparison comes in with randomized control trials. But when it comes to subgroups, we can actually then divide them into different types of subgroups by age, younger people, middle age, and elderly people. And then I can look at the effects between people who were in the intervention and control among the smaller people, and then the middle age and the elderly people, to see whether does it work the same across all age groups. You could do the same thing by gender, and then compare what's happening between males and females, or females between intervention and control. Or we do it by ethnicity and compare what's happening between different ethnic groups. Sometimes we plan this prospectively when we run clinical trials. Sometimes we actually look at these things after we've completed the study. When we do that, we call them post-hoc. Regardless, the most important thing is to understand the potential dangers of actually relying on subgroups. I'll give you an example. This is a crash trial, and I was looking at the effect of early administration of short course of medication that is intended to help people from stopping to bleed when they've had accidents. This is trauma patients, and we all know that loss of blood is what kills people in trauma, right? So this was looking at, does this medication help to stop excessive bleeding from people dying versus comparing it to placebo? Overall, it seems to show that yes, it reduces the risk of death. Okay? And then some people say, all right, but does it work the same way in all situations? In particular, they wanted to actually see whether the time would actually make a difference. So they looked at different things, including time to treatment. And if you look at time to treatment, it looks like the faster you administer this, the more effective it takes. If you take too long, certainly more than 3 hours, it actually increases the risk of death instead of actually saving. Now, you ask yourself, you're a clinician, you have a trauma patient, you're in the emergency department, and you're trying to figure out, should I administer this or should I not administer this? The evidence seems to show that from this trial that, hey, depending on when the accident happened, if it's less than 3 hours, this might actually happen. If it's been more than 3 hours, you could actually help to kill the patient. All right? And I ask you, would you believe the results of this trial? Okay? If you look at the overall evidence, it helps reduce the risk of mortality. In the subgroup analysis, less than 3 hours, it helps. More than 3 hours, it doesn't help. It increases the risk. Actually, I shouldn't say it doesn't help. It is actually more risky because sometimes not doing something doesn't mean it doesn't happen, or doing something doesn't mean it happens. It actually increases the risk. All right. Would you believe this? Is time to treatment effect modified? When you make decisions, you do factor the time to treatment. That's the question. Why do people do subgroups in clinical trials? Well, we do to be able to actually see whether if something works, we want to know, does it work in everybody? Or are there other people who get more benefit than others? All right? Manufacturers, they want to be able to actually do a proper labeling so that if there's people where there's an increased risk, they can warn people about not using medication for those people. But frankly, in some cases, they just want to avoid lawsuits, especially in the US. Okay? Reinvestment people, you're looking for the value for money. You don't want to be paying for a product for which there's no clear benefit for everybody. You want to maximize the utility of your funds or your resources for people who get the most benefit, right? What about researchers? We are always thinking about the next step. Can I be able to identify those people who get the most benefit and perhaps do a larger study to look at whether it actually does benefit? A subgroup analysis is an exploratory investigation to see who could potentially benefit more, so we can now look for definitive evidence whether they actually do benefit. But unfortunately, they are full of nightmare scenarios. Okay? In so many ways. In fact, in science, we actually often describe subgroups as horrors. They are notoriously unreliable. Absolutely unreliable. We should be training physicians to be skeptical of subgroups. Why? Because they are prone to false negatives. They are also prone to false positives. We never have enough information to be able to detect subgroups in any trial if they exist. And we're equally likely to actually pick them up when they don't exist. In other words, it's just a false positive. Alright? When we do subgroups, quite often we don't often do one subgroup, we tend to do many. The more subgroups you have to do, the higher the risk of a false positive. This is a situation where a trial has about 5 subgroups in it, and the more subgroups you do, the higher the risk. Clinicians need to be aware of this potential risk when it comes to subgroups. And as you can see that this risk is exponential. It is not a very small risk. It increases by the number of subgroups. Unfortunately, ignoring this potential risk can have deadly consequences for people, right? Why? Because the patients we look after really tend to have all sorts of other comorbid conditions where if you make a wrong decision because of being guided by a subgroup, you could actually kill a patient. There's a lot of misleading statements and confusion based on subgroup effects in many well-designed clinical trials. Many people are not actually aware of this. They think the trial has been published in the New England Journal of Medicine, it's been published in JAMA, it's published in BMJ, and therefore everything about it should be good. And I say to you, nothing about subgroups is ever that good. Alright? I'll give you a first example. Aspirin. Right? People may not know this, but there was evidence from the beginning that aspirin is actually not useful for secondary prevention of stroke in women. And it was based on a subgroup from some trial that shows that only men benefit from the use of aspirin, not women. Right? And this was the study that actually showed this. And then later on, there was a large trial that showed that that's not true. Everybody benefits from aspirin, men and women. So you can imagine if you're a doctor and you're denying women use of aspirin to prevent stroke, you only use it for men. Beta blockers. There was evidence showing that they're ineffective once somebody has had MI, especially among the elderly. This was the study showing that evidence. There was another study actually showing the opposite. Right? I'll give you another example. Lorapine is medication used for hypertension, and it's incredibly effective. But there was information showing that it's not effective for everyone. Right? That was the study. And then there was a large trial actually showing that no, this is actually good for everybody. By the way, confession, I do take a lot of it for my hypertension. Alright? Subgroups are notoriously unreliable, and many clinicians are not aware of it. They rely on evidence of subgroups for trials published in Germany, New England Journal of Medicine, BMJ, all the top journals. Right? I'm showing you examples of many subgroups that have been refuted by subsequent trials. As you can see, the literature is full of several examples where the evidence showing that subgroups' effects are not reliable, they're not truthful. A notorious example of the potential dangers of subgroup effects is the ISIS trial. They're looking at vascular mortality. This was an international trial. And they actually looked at subgroups based on whether you're a Gemini or Libra. Right? Of course, if you're a Gemini or Libra, there was an increased risk. But all the other stars, there was reduction in risk. You ask yourself, is there any biological explanation for that? The answer is no. The reality is that most subgroup effects that people look for in clinical trials, they are not supported by biological reasoning. People are just going on a fishing expedition. There's no biological support for those things. And therefore, I suggest that we train clinicians how to be skeptical of subgroup effects. In fact, how to assess the credibility of subgroup effects before they use the evidence to make clinical decisions. My default position is to be skeptical. Okay? Don't believe them. Right? I won't go with one point of view, 2 point of view, 3, 4. Don't believe them at all. Okay? Would people remember who said this? One thing is worse than doing subgroup analysis, believing the results. This was Peter. Right? So certainly I would discourage anyone from making clinical decisions on the basis of subgroups published in clinical trials. That is absolutely not reliable and should rarely ever be believed. Okay? Randomized evidence versus observational evidence. There are many cases in clinical practice where we don't have the resources to do clinical trials to generate the evidence. And sometimes there's a very small amount of evidence based on randomized control trial. The majority of the evidence is based on clinical observations or clinical studies. But as a clinician, you're still faced with the same decision. Do I or do I not prescribe this to my patient? Alright, I'll give you 2 examples. Inotropic fluids are used almost on a daily basis in every single hospital. And I bet you guys rely on them too. Right? You've seen some of those patients in the ICU with the same thing when they go for surgery. They get this fluids during surgery, even after surgery. What do we know about them? They improve hemodynamic outcomes for sure, but there's also evidence showing that they're associated with increased mobility and heart-related problems. What we don't know is whether there's definitive evidence for clinical benefits. Right? So this was study looking at for patients undergoing cardiac surgery. Is the use of this inotropic fluids doing more harm, more good than harm? Okay? That was the evidence based on observational studies. This was observational data from a hospital with the best methods to try and be able to weed out potential for bias. They use what we call propensity score matching to be able to do this. Look at the evidence. There's increased risk of mortality in 30 days. There's increased risk of mortality in 1 year. Now, people might say, hang on a minute. We use these things all the time. But let me remind you, it's based on observational data. It's not based on a randomized control trial. This is observational data. You ask yourself, should you or should you not believe this? If you're a hospital administrator, it costs a lot of money to order this stuff. And you're wondering, should you be ordering this for a hospital or not? Well, let's look at other outcomes. Oh my goodness. It doesn't look good. It looks like, with all the best of intentions, people using inotropic fluids actually killing patients. You ask yourself, should we believe this? Should we stop ordering this fluids? What would you do? I'll give you another example. People undergo surgeries all the time, right? Sometimes they actually have total hip replacement, and sometimes they do an elective surgery. So this was started looking at, is doing this complete replacement versus elective actually doing more good than harm? This is for patients in a hospital. Right? Look at the outcomes. It doesn't look good. Risk ratio greater than 1 means bad things. That's all greater than 1. Do you see that? Alright. What would you do if you're a surgeon? Would you believe this and stop doing hip replacement? Look at other outcomes. Same thing. Alright? It looks like hip fracture surgery is actually bad for patients. Would you, as a hospital, stop performing them based on the evidence? Alright? Now, let's look at the real situation. Observational studies and randomized control trials, they tend to actually show completely opposite results. Here's a situation where you have observational studies compared to clinical trials, and the evidence couldn't be more clear. They show opposing results. And in this case, you might say, well, I'm going to believe randomized control trials because they are less biased than observational studies. Right? Cohorts show reduction, RCTs showing increased risk, obviously we'll go with randomized control trials. Alright? Showing that honestly, this perhaps is not as good. Let me give you another example, where the results have shown that if you look at the consistency of the evidence from observational studies compared to the same evidence coming from randomized control trials, it's not the same, and this cannot happen by chance. They are completely two different things. These are all scenarios where the evidence between observational studies and randomized control trials were completely in disagreement. And it's impossible, looking at the magnitude of the differences, that this would be occurring by chance. Clearly they're occurring because these are two different types of evidence. And one has more risk of bias versus another one that doesn't have this bias. Okay? So this discrepancy is going to occur by chance. Definitely they have to be more systematic. What are those reasons? Selection bias in observational studies. Remember, in randomized control trials, we do randomization to deal with this. Observational studies have the highest risk of selection bias. It doesn't matter how much statistical sophistication you can use. You can't eliminate it. Why? Because in observational studies, when we're trying to deal with bias or challenging bias, we rely on things that we have available to us. The things that were not measured, we don't know them. Randomization deals with things that we're able to measure and the things that we're not able to measure. That's the main difference. So confounding is one of the biggest problems we face. Sometimes we don't have all the information to adjust for confounding in observational studies. Outcome errors. People make lots of errors when they measure outcomes in observational studies. There's different types of patients, even if you try to make them look similar, it is impossible sometimes to actually achieve this. So, no statistical sophistication can actually solve these things. Yes, you have lots of data from observational studies, and you may get very precise estimates of effect, but they will still misleading because of all the potential problems. Sometimes follow-up times are not the same in one clinic or in one hospital versus another. And even though people say they are practicing the same way in the same hospital, they actually practice differently because they have different preferences. Right? We need to make clinicians aware of all the potential problems of relying on observational evidence to make decisions. However, this gets complicated because there's also situations where the evidence from observational studies agrees with the evidence from randomized control trials. Right? This was a popular study looking at the evidence for observational studies comparing with randomized control trials. And you can see that in many cases where people have looked at this, there's a lot of high agreement between them. Right? High correlation between odds ratios, observational studies, and so on, showing that they're very similar. This is why it gets confusing, so that clinicians need to understand under what conditions would you see a lot of similarity between observational studies and randomized control trials. Seeing studies like this and making a decision on the basis of this that you're going to rely on observational studies will actually be mistaken. The key point is realize that when you have observational evidence, it can mislead you because of the many, many biases, many of which there's nothing we can do about them. We can't even correct them effectively. But also realize there's times when observational studies have been well designed prospectively to try and deal with some of those potential challenges. And in those cases, the results tend to be similar. We therefore have to train clinicians how to look for deficiencies in evidence, particularly observational studies. How do we do it? Teach them about grading, because grading allows them to be systematic in appraising the evidence. Right? I'm hoping that Maria or somebody actually bring us back to come and talk to you guys about grading. Takeaway message is evidence-based medicine is a huge responsibility on doctors. It is a huge responsibility on hospital administrators, because they're the ones who actually have to order the technology that's used in hospitals, the medications. It's a huge responsibility to lawmakers, people who provide the funding. Why? Because you're using public money to make those decisions. And therefore, it is absolutely essential for us to train doctors to understand the issues regarding the quality of evidence, which is what drives evidence-based medicine. They need to understand different forms of evidence, different types of evidence, the pros and cons of the different types of evidence. I strongly believe that it is not sufficient to train doctors to learn how the body functions, how to treat a particular condition without understanding the evidence behind whatever they are prescribing. So I think and strongly suggest that this should be part of the training of clinicians. You don't have to wait until they go take a master's degree in epidemiology to do this. This has to be part of the curriculum for training doctors. At least make them aware of the fundamental principles. All right, we're going to go back to those two cases at the beginning to see what we prescribe. All right, let's look at the first case, right? This is a patient who had persistent back pain, right? And they had tried other non-opioid treatment without current past substance disorder. And the evidence says weak recommendation to use, right? And it's not a strong recommendation, it's very weak recommendation. What about the second case? It does not recommend the use of opiates. Remember, in the second case, there was no evidence for benefit, but there was clear evidence for harm. In this particular case, it does not recommend using it. All right? Now, I'm talking about these two cases because quite often doctors are incredibly busy. And you only have about 5 minutes with the patient. And those 5 minutes will actually determine whether that patient lives or not. And your decisions, if not guided by the evidence, will actually change the trajectory for the patient. That's why I honestly believe it's absolutely fundamental for us to train clinicians how to look at the evidence for every decision they make. Now, remember I showed you a resource where this can happen. You can register in the market class, and all you have to do is just go in there and say, hey, got this patient answer what you're looking, put in what you're looking for. We'll at least provide you with the evidence and the rating of that evidence. Okay? Because some of the decisions are not just, maybe they could actually harm a patient. Like in the second case, there was absolutely no evidence supporting that second patient would actually benefit. But there was clear evidence showing that it could actually potentially harm. I'm also saying this because you remember the discussion during COVID of hydroxychloroquine. It wasn't just that hydroxychloroquine was not going to be helpful to deal with COVID. But the evidence was clear, and Vanya actually looked at the evidence. It could actually harm patients. Right? Obrigado. about 10 minutes for questions, discussions. There's somebody there. Microphone, please.
Bom dia, doutora Lehana. Quero agradecer a sua excelente palestra. Acho que foi uma palestra extremamente esclarecedora, né? Embora deixasse bastante dúvidas a respeito de bastante coisa. Mas eu quero perguntar uma coisa bem específica com relação a isso. Talvez eu deva dizer um pouquinho do background. Eu sou criminologista e recentemente eu tive um estudo no Congresso Europeu. Eu queria ouvir a sua opinião a respeito disso, porque lá foi muito discutido. Quando você faz um estudo randomizado, controlado, se você olha aos critérios de exclusão do estudo, você tem um número imenso de exclusões. Então, a população que é avaliada nos estudos randomizados, ela não representa, na opinião grande de pessoas, a população em geral. Então, isso parece uma verdade e há, atualmente, houve até mesas redondas discutindo isso no Congresso, no nosso caso, doenças respiratórias, mas que, atualmente, há uma tendência e há uma, digamos assim, uma discussão muito intensa a respeito da inclusão dos estudos de vida real na avaliação das evidências. Aí eu queria ouvir a sua opinião a respeito disso. Muito obrigada.
All right, that's a fantastic question, actually. This afternoon, I'm going to talk to you about pragmatic trials, specifically to address that issue, because we have lots of evidence in many cases telling us what to do and what not to do. But if you look at the patients in those studies, they're completely different from the type of patients any clinician has to take care of on a daily basis. That means we have very little evidence about how to take care of patients that are similar to the patients that the clinician has to take care of on a daily basis. We call those effectiveness studies or pragmatic trials. That's the topic of my discussion this afternoon. I hope you'll still be around.
Hi, good morning. I will speak in English just to practice my skill. Thank you again for coming again to Brazil, and congratulations for your excellent presentation. Regarding subgroup analysis, in a situation that I can't do method regression, for example, how can I use subgroup analysis just to explain heterogeneity, not to change the effect site or anyway, just to explain some variables to explain the heterogeneity between the studies. Thank you.
I will say this in English, and I'm sure your Portuguese translation will clarify things. What Vania is asking is, when we do a synthesis of the evidence from different studies, they tend to vary from study to study. We call that heterogeneity. And the issue is, can I actually find ways to explain that heterogeneity in the synthesis of the evidence using meta-analysis? Meta-analysis is the method of actually aggregating across studies. We do it in two ways. One way is to actually see whether we can group studies into types of studies. This may be studies that have patients with the highest risk, patients with the lower risk. It could be studies that had different type of treatment, and another type of treatment. So either use a subgroup or we use what we call meta-regression. So there's two types of methods of explaining heterogeneity in meta-analysis. The most important thing to bear in mind as you do that is that even in explaining heterogeneity, you always run a high risk of doing a good job with the explanation or a bad job with the explanation, regardless of which method you use, whether it's a subgroup or meta-regression. By the way, meta-regression is just a different way of looking at a subgroup. So realize the limitations of the subgroup, that they have a high risk of picking up things that are false positive, and you also have a high risk of not being able to pick up things that really matter. In other words, your high risk of false negatives. So meta-analysis suffers the highest risk because quite often we actually study as a unit of analysis. It's very, very rare that you'll find a meta-analysis that has 1,000 studies. In a single study, we require more than 1,000 studies for a study. You believe it? Now, in a meta-analysis, would 10 studies be sufficient? Doubtful. We've already seen that in the 10 studies or 20 studies that are small and bad, the outcome is also bad. Even if I use heterogeneity explanation using something, you will get the same thing. So in other words, anytime you have a subgroup analysis of any sort, whether it's in a single trial or in a meta-analysis, be skeptical. Alright? Now, I'm supposed to give you another talk, but before I do that, I'm going to ask you guys to stand. Okay? Everybody stand. Now, who's a sports person? Somebody who plays sports. Yeah, come here. Yeah. You need to help us stretch a little, okay? Help us to stretch a bit, okay? Anything we can do easily without hitting ourselves.
Uma bailarina, respira funda. 1, quanto os pés. 2. E 3, agora você segurar um pouquinho até 3. Vamos lá? Respira funda. 1, 2, 3. Inspira bem mais, abraça o urso. Inspira. Expira, cachorro um abraço. Mais uma vez, inspira. Expira, cachorro um abraço. Mão, direito para frente. Isso é bom para quem está sempre no computador, tá? Vai ficar norte, baixo. Boa. Baixo.
Obrigado. Okay, next presentation. Can somebody help me? continue with the second presentation. Now, a few years ago, we came to actually learn, and the good thing about research is every time we learn something new, we know that activity is good for your health. Okay? Physical activity is good for your health. The evidence is very clear on that. And you don't actually have to have very rigorous activity, just movement. I like to say motion is lotion. Any type of movement is good for you. But you also know that any type of lack of movement is not good for you. Okay? I'm going to be speaking for about 40, 50 minutes. But I encourage you, if you want to stand up, you want to walk around, hey, feel free to do it. Because sitting for an hour is not good for your health. Okay? I want to repeat that. Now, I'm going to shift a little and talk about science, how we do science. The reason being, whether you're doing health technology assessment or you're doing any type of scientific investigation, how you do it matters. And I'm hoping that as you look at where you used to actually assess technology in hospital settings, you now have to think about how we do it. All right? Statistical significance is perhaps one of the biggest problems we face in science, which is why I'm talking about it today. And I'm hoping to convince you that there's more danger in statistical significance than benefit. All right? Now, people remember seeing this article. This was just before COVID. People were saying we should retire statistical significance. And as it turned out, over 800 scientists had signed up to this. And as a statistician, I was horrified to look at it. Why? Because I thought, oh my gosh, statisticians are going to run out of a job. I'll come back to it. I'm going to talk to you about the connection between statistical thinking and evidence-based practice. I'll give you a history of statistical significance. I'll go through a series of what I see as major problems with statistical significance. And then I'll talk about the ongoing debate about what to do with those problems. And perhaps a suggestion of how to do things differently. But I'll also hopefully will convince you why, as a scientist, as a researcher, as a hospital administrator, as a funder, or as someone who works in the Ministry of Health, you should care. Why? Because this affects all of us. This is George Wells. Most people think of me as the father of science fiction. He was a British. But he was known for all sorts of other works. He was a journalist. In statistics, funny enough, we know him for making one of the most audacious predictions. That statistical thinking will someday be as necessary for efficient citizenship as the ability to read and write. We all know that the most fundamental aspect of any citizen is for you to be able to read. That's why in most countries, elementary education is free. To teach people how to read and how to write so that they can be better citizens who can consume information in a much more sensible way. Right? He predicted that that would not be sufficient. Statistical thinking will someday be. What is statistical thinking? When we see information, we can describe what our eyes are looking at. Right? We can draw graphs, we can provide summaries. I can explain that I have, a room almost full. I can wonder about where do these people come from? what generated the data, what generated the evidence. I can worry about the context. You know, the hypothesis. Is there anything else I should worry about how the evidence was generated, potential biases, and so on? And I can always benchmark it against what I expect. Right? This is how we consume information on a daily basis. So statistical thinking in health is about really the welfare and health of the society through research. Let me remind you that the word research means learning. Research is all about learning. And we learn through information in terms of how we use it to plan, diagnose, prevent, treat, and manage health conditions. And when you think about statistical thinking, because it relies on the use of the information, it's about evidence-based practice or evidence-based thinking. When COVID hit, this couldn't be more true. Right? Every nation, every citizen was expected to understand information about COVID, to be a good citizen. Right? You didn't have to be a scientist. You had to understand how to behave to flatten the curve. We saw images of how to flatten the curve in almost every country. And every single citizen in those countries had to understand what that means. How to bend the curve. We saw information about how masks can actually save you and how wearing a mask can save your neighbors. Right? You didn't have to be a scientist to know this. You just had to be able to actually consume the information in a way that's sensible. That would prompt you to behave in a way that's sensible. So suddenly statistics became a necessary aspect to save ourselves. Right? However, I argue that we can't really appreciate any evidence or the relevance of any evidence unless we actually adopt a different way of thinking about that evidence in terms of how we collect and synthesize and so on. Now, you just raised the issue of pragmatic evidence. It is true. In almost every clinical setting, we have lots of evidence about what works under ideal conditions, ideal settings, ideal patients. What we don't have is what to do with the real patient. That has all sorts of comorbid conditions. And they don't look like patients that were in the primary studies that generated the evidence. And yet, that's how people practice. So there's lack of evidence about how to treat patients in routine settings. The second thing is how we actually then even translate that evidence. Yesterday we had a workshop about translational science, and I gave issues about how to translate evidence into practice. There's all sorts of worries about publication bias, but most importantly, there's all sorts of problems about how people spend evidence for their own benefit, not necessarily to help society. I'll come back to those issues as we go through the law. Now, let me just take you back to the beginning a little bit so you can appreciate the story. This is R.A. Fisher. R.A. Fisher, most people describe him as the father of modern statistics. Others have actually said he's a genius who almost single-handedly created the foundations of modern statistical science. Alright? Let me remind you that most people who actually created statistics, as we know it as a field today, they were not statisticians. This is Reverend Thomas Bates. He was a pastor. Statistics was a hobby for him. Right? R.A. Fisher was not a statistician. He was a geneticist. He relied on statistics to solve his genetic problems. Carl Pearson, who was Fisher's mentor, actually was a mathematician. Right? But all these people relied on statistics as a tool. So go back to Fisher, born in England, moved to Australia, And of course, he was influenced by many other people. This is perhaps one of the most influential books that Fisher has ever written. And in that book, he introduced the concept of statistical significance. He writes in that book that the value for which p is equal to 0.05 or 1 in 20 is perhaps nearly 2. It is convenient to take this point as a limit in judging whether a deviation is to be considered significant or not. Alright? Fisher advocated using this as a standard level for concluding whether the evidence against some hypothesis being tested. However, he did not, in many ways, recommend this to be used as an absolute rule. In fact, if you look at the text around the introduction of the word significance and the p-value of 0.05, Fisher actually looked at the entire spectrum, which is defined between 0 and 1. And he said that if it is between 0.1 and 0.9, there's certainly no reason to suspect the hypothesis tested. If it's below 0.02, it is strongly indicated that the hypothesis fails to account for four of the facts. We shall not often be astray if we draw a conventional line at 0.05. This was the beginning of the introduction of 0.05 as a criterion for judging statistical significance in science. And as a result, this has become ritualistic in almost every scientific investigation, including health technology assessment, which is why I'm talking about this. This is Stuart Cocker, one of our colleagues in the UK. He argued that the exact reject philosophy of significance testing based on magical 0.05 remains dominant in the minds of non-statisticians. I suggest that the blame goes to both statisticians and non-statisticians. Why? Because non-statisticians are taught by statisticians, right? We are equally to blame for this problem. So you might wonder, what are the problems with statistical significance, by the way, or the heavy threshold related to p-values? One, there's overwhelming number of studies that are published that show values of p-values being less than 0.05 or less. And John Ideally said, actually showed that many of these claims from this published literature, they highlight nothing else but the likelihood of false positives. Now, think of it, honestly. What is the likelihood that everything that we do in research ends up being significant? 90%. There's got to be something wrong. That means we only have 5% chance of failure. But we don't see that failure being published. You see that? We're human. There's nothing that we do as humans that's perfect. Actually, we make more falls than successes. That's just a fact of life. Statistical significance is often interpreted as absence of evidence. You're doing technology assessment. You don't find statistical difference between two technologies. Then, there's no evidence to support this other technology. Why? Because the other one belongs to my friend, and I want to support my friend, and that's the one that I'm going to recommend for the ministry to purchase. And people are interpreting lack of statistical significance as lack of evidence. We all know that absence of evidence is not the same thing as evidence of absence. Why? Because most small studies will not show statistical significance because of lack of statistical power. A very good example of this is a study looking at the technology of looking at whether a combination therapy will actually help versus non-continuing combination therapy. It shows that there's relative risk reduction of 41%. That looks magnificent, right? And you look at the events, relative risk difference of 7.5, and people will actually say this is clinically relevant, but it is not statistically significant. Why? Because the sample sizes are very small. The the smaller the sample size, the higher the chance that you will not see statistical significance, which is why it's bad to rely on it. Now, this is only a problem as long as most studies or most evidence that we look at is based on small studies, or this occurs quite often. So you might wonder, how often does it occur that you find something that's clinically meaningful or relevant, but it is not statistically significant? Right? This was a study looking at that question in cardiovascular trials. 127 trials, right? And of those, 92 of them were not statistically significant. 61% of the 92 actually had an interval that shows clinical relevance. In other words, even though they were not statistically significant, 61% of them showed a result that would be clinically meaningful. Right? Cardiovascular trials is not the only area where this happens. It happens in almost every clinical situation, every clinical discipline. So it is definitely a very common occurrence. That's why most reporting guidelines, the very firm on trying to encourage when you design studies, you have to rule out the play of chance. In other words, we see a clinically important difference when it exists. If you look at the spirit guideline, they recommend proper estimation of sample size. If you look at the consult statement, the trend, the scope, they want to know, for us to be able to interpret what may appear like a negative result, how much information was expected to be collected in the first place. In short, p-values from underpowered studies are incredibly difficult to interpret. It doesn't make the studies negative. Just these results are not easy to interpret. That's why Dr. Fleming actually warned people that please, people need to understand that when interpreting p-values, when you don't understand the context of how the study was designed, it becomes incredibly difficult. In short, p-values from small trials are incredibly difficult to interpret. Alright. Second thing is, overpowered studies will always lead to statistical significant results that have no clinical relevance. If you really want to get statistical significance, just get lots of data. This is a study where, because of the very, very large sample sizes, you get a very high statistical significance. The number needed to treat is almost 50, right? And when you look at average rate reproduction, it's really about 2%. And one would argue that this is not clinically helpful at all. But it is statistically significant. And if you're looking at the literature, there's many such studies where the result is significant, it's published in BMJ, it's published in New England Journal of Medicine. But when you look at the clinical relevance of the information, it's not helpful. In other words, when you see statistical significance, always look at the sample size. Okay? Reliance on statistical significance shows that trials in many clinical areas are very fragile. This is one of my colleagues at my master. He's actually doing a clinical trial here in Brazil. And Mike Walsh was one of our trainees a few years ago. So he introduced the concept of fragility of the trial. Suppose you have a trial where we are assessing two technologies, right? Technology A versus technology B, and you're assessing on how well they're able to prevent events, bad events in people, okay? And you're assessing the comparisons of the rates of these events using the Fisher's exact statistic. You find it is statistically significant. And then you say, can I be able to reverse this statistical significance? If I move patients from no event in technology A to event, how many patients can I move to reverse the statistical significance? The number of patients that I can remove to reverse, we call it the fragility index of a child. If it takes small number of patients to reverse statistical significance, we say the child is highly fragile. If it takes a lot of patients to reverse it, we say it's less fragile. Alright? Okay? Fragility index low, bad thing. Fragility index high, good thing. Okay? There's clinical trials or clinical reviews that have looked at fragility indices in clinical trials published in different disciplines. This was in anesthesia, this was in orthopedic surgery, spine surgery, emergency medicine, this was in stroke, another stroke, ophthalmology. All of them show that it doesn't take much to reverse the statistical significance. Alright? Now, as a hospital, I have to think, how many services do we provide? Do we know how fragile the evidence is that we rely on to provide that care? This is one of my students who actually showed that if you look at all the different disciplines where this issue has been looked at, the average fragility index is actually 4. It takes 4 patients to reverse the statistical significance that people have relied on for the evidence used in various guidelines. Okay? P-values are routinely misinterpreted. These are examples of statements claiming no effect or no difference. By the way, all of them are wrong. Here's another example of truly worded statements, all claiming no difference. All of them are wrong. Now, why am I saying this? It's because P-value is not intuitive. Most people don't understand how to interpret it, but we keep relying on it. If I ask any of the hospital administrators here and say, okay, you're buying this technology, it's based on the evidence, and they give you the P-value for it, do you know what that means? No. I can guarantee that 100% of them will give me a wrong interpretation. Right? Why do we rely on a metric that most people who have to make important decisions don't understand? Reliance on statistical significance promotes bad behavior in science, what we call p-hacking. There's evidence showing that p-hacking is incredibly prevalent in most clinical disciplines or health research in general. What is p-hacking? When you collect data, select data, or perform statistical analysis until a result that is not significant becomes significant. There's various ways you can do this. Collect more data until you get significance. Collect and analyze data but report only those that are significant. Select variables in the analysis until you get significance. Exclude patients until you get significance. By the way, if none of all these things or efforts don't work, get a good statistician colleague and ask them to transform the data. Transformation will do the work. If you get the right transformation, you'll get statistical significance. Okay? Now, the unfortunate consequence of this behavior in science is that people who engage this, they don't tell you what they did. You're trying to reproduce their study, but you can't reproduce it. And you wonder, why can I not reproduce what people did? It's because they engage in p-hacking behavior, but were never transparent about what they did. Right? Now, I'm sure some of you actually saw that during COVID we had lots of studies that were published at the beginning. Many of which got retracted. And a lot of of them at the beginning were telling us that's what we should be doing, showing significant findings. This idea of statistical significance is not good for science, because institutions are also conflicted. And the reasons why institutions are conflicted is because institutions want to celebrate their researchers. And therefore, this also encourages bad behavior among scientists. And institutions don't stop it, because they want to be the first institution to discover a treatment for COVID. So even when they see somebody engaging in bad behavior, that's not good for our institutions to be public about this, right? If you look at all retracted papers in science, the majority of them are significant, which means there's something wrong with the significance. Now, the concept of publication bias in systematic reviews is the propensity for journals to publish only results that are significant. Now, what that means is that if we didn't have the concept of statistical significance, publication bias would not exist as a concept. Okay? It only exists because of significance. Corporate collaboration is perhaps the highest standards of how to synthesize evidence. And this was a study showing that most of the systematic reviews and meta-analysis in the corporate actually did not even look at the issue of publication bias. Now you ask yourself, if we cannot trust evidence synthesis done by the corporate group, what more of evidence done by all the other clinical disciplines in all the different clinical areas? If you look at the press coverage, or you look at abstracts, you'll find that when something is significant, you'll find it in the abstract. If something is significant, you'll find it in the news. If something is not significant, you won't see it in the abstract. You also don't see it in the news. And as a scientist, we're supposed to be objective. Say the good and say the bad, and let the public judge it. Right? We have a problem with the way we actually communicate science. It's very clear that a lot of people, whether it's intentional or not intentional, we engage in what people have described as spin. If we didn't see what we were looking for, we're not going to talk about the fact that we didn't see it. If we saw something that we're not looking for, that's what we're going to talk about. Oh, by the way, we found something else. Okay? Spin is very common. People used to have all sorts of problems. This is Frank Harris, an American colleague. And he's listed all sorts of problems about p-values for statistical significance. It's a difficult concept to understand, and it's not intuitive. If anything, it's counterintuitive. Right? Still rely on it. But we rely on it in one of the most important decisional scenarios where life and death decisions have to be made. Whether a hospital invests in some technology, whether a country invests in some technology, and we rely on something that we as a scientific community see that happens. Right? I'm not going to be able to actually go through all the problems. Certainly, I would say this is a discussion for another day. There's been a lot of ongoing debate about what to do with all this problem. There's nothing new. In 2016, the American Statistical Association actually released a statement warning people about statistical significance. And the statement has 6 items to it. They were warning people that p-values only indicate how compatible data are with the model. They do not provide a measure of the probability that a study hypothesis is true, which is how often people interpret the p-value to be. And we're warning that people should actually not base decisions on whether the p-value is smaller than or greater than some threshold, because that would be dangerous. rather they should be reporting everything they did in the study and the results without focusing so much on the people. Why? Because it does not measure the size of the effect. Secondly, it does not provide good evidence regarding whether something really works or doesn't work. There was another group of people that came together realizing the problems of statistical significance. Said, you know what? Maybe the problem is the threshold itself. It's 0.05, everybody uses it. Economists use it, statisticians use it, cardiologists use it, monitors, everybody uses it. What if we shift it to 0.005? That's going to be a hard bar to reach, right? Oh yes. John Andy is actually, I keep going back to him because he's one of the people who's dedicated himself to enhancing how we do science. And he wrote an editorial in Japan saying, maybe actually this could help. Alright? It makes sense. But there was a note of caution immediately after that paper came out. And a simulation study showed that yes, we could actually reduce the rates of false positive, but we are more likely to increase the size of the effects. So that's not going to solve the solution problem. Right? This was just before COVID. There was another group of people brought together by the American Statistical Association, and they had a meeting dedicated to this issue of statistical significance. And they dedicated one of their journals to this topic. They call it Statistical Inference in the 21st Century, a world beyond this threshold stuff, right? And the editors actually wrote in that special edition, they had an editorial. They said people should stop using the word something is statistically significant. You're all scientists in one way or another. How many of you promise never to say something is statistically significant? Raise your hand. By the way, I'm not surprised that nobody's raising their hand, or people are afraid of raising their hand. Even among the 800 people that said statistical significance need to be retired, many of them still use statistical significance today. I'm not raising my hand either. Right? This paper now came out. Now, remember we started with a small group of American statisticians coming together, and then about 40 of them, and then another group, larger. Perhaps 800 individuals around the world. How many of you signed on to this? No one from here? I didn't even know about it. Alright? This time, the number has increased, and people say, that's it. We should get rid of it. It's not good for science. And they're making the kind of arguments I've just presented to you about the dangers of statistical significance. Okay? This makes sense. There's a lot of editorials about this. Right? All scientific journals weighed in, generated lots of debates on both sides. Others said, it is sensible, let's get rid of it. And then others push back and say, hang on a minute. If we do that, we are giving bias a free pass. Why? Because if somebody says, I found a statistical significant difference between these two technologies, this technology is better than this one. Then we say, let's look at the methodology. We scrutinize it. We look at it closely, look at biases, issues, and so on. Who's finding it? Are there potential conflicts of interest, and so on? So we pay attention to all those things, right? Now, if we get rid of statistical significance, that means, it's silent. Okay? And Colin is the editor of the Journal for Clinical Trials, the Society for Clinical Trials. He said, Emma, the problem is not p-values or statistical significance. We scientists don't behave well. And our institutions are into this as well. And the press, right? Everybody wants to glorify researchers and scientists, and therefore we are not cautious in trying to moderate the enthusiasm of our steps. Okay? To be honest, I said to myself, this is never going to change. Alright? After all, there's empirical evidence showing that if we ban p-values, one of the journals actually did this. It's not going to lead to better science. Why? People will find something else to use. Okay? Well, I was wrong. Something changed. The New England Journal of Medicine actually changed their guidelines for office. And they were specific that they're changing them as a consequence of all the debate about statistical significance. And I looked at, oh, what is the change? Say, all right. You got to replace p-values in both point and confidence interval when neither the study protocol or the data analysis plan included adjustments for multiple testing. That doesn't look like much change, right? We already knew we had to do this, right? That's about as much substantial change as we see in the guideline. Honestly, I think the real change will happen when institutions overhaul the way we educate scientists. The way we do science, the way we report science, the way we engage in discussions about science. Right? After all, Quality actually said, problems human behavior, we need to change human behavior. Institutions need to actually change the way we approach the training of scientists overall. Alright? Others have actually been looking at this issue for many years, and people have come up with all sorts of suggestions of how to deal with it. The first one being, let's encourage people to actually report science transparently. The consult statement was first published in 1996. This was at a time when evidence-based medicine was becoming popular, and people were synthesizing evidence from different studies in a particular clinical discipline, and they realized that as they were doing that, people were not reporting studies the same way. So the consult statement was an attempt to try and get everyone to report the same thing. So it makes it easier to synthesize the evidence to actually encourage proper evidence-based practices. Right? And if you look at the consult statement, it doesn't say anything about reporting of p-values. This is the 2010 version of it. Not a mention. Not a single mention that we should be reporting p-values. They now have lots of extensions of the consult statement. It has been extended to different types of outcomes, different types of designs, different types of interventions, and every single one of those extensions does not mention anything about reporting of p-values. We extended it to reporting of pilot studies. I'll talk about this. Is it this afternoon? Maybe or after this. And in the consult extension, we actually deliberately say people should report estimated effects 95% confidence interval. In fact, we are very, very specific to discourage reporting of p-values. Why? Because pilot studies are not designed for statistical significance in the first place. They're designed for statistical significance of larger studies, larger trials. So we discourage it. Focus on determining the clinical relevance of findings rather than p-values. The concept of clinical important difference has long been around. That's what we use when we design studies. Once you've done the study, look at where the minimum clinically important difference lies in the confidence interval of the estimate, and then interpret it accordingly depending on where it actually falls. I just wanted to remind you that this concept of minimum clinically important difference actually also came from a master. That's how the colleagues who actually came up with the concept of trying to figure out how to encourage the patients to make better use of evidence when they would be relevant in their clinical settings. Or you might actually consider abandoning p-value thresholds or use of statistical significance. Now, taking back to John Anidi's editorial, he actually had lots of good suggestions in the editorial. He said, well, we could abandon p-value thresholds, or we could abandon p-values altogether. We could use Bayesian methods that would rely on p-values. We could use confidence intervals. If none of these things really work, perhaps we should take everybody back to school to train better. Right? I don't know whether that would work. We could also focus on other dimensions of clinical importance or relevance. Patient importance has been one of the concepts that people say we should actually be doing research as patient important. Patient person significance, patient centered. In Canada, we also rely on patient orientation concept. And then there's another concept of humanly important effects. And you can read more about this when people introduce this in the book, Treatment of Early Breast Cancer. My final thoughts to you is that statistical thinking is in terms of how we consume information. It's evidence-based thinking when you think about it. You don't need statistical significance to think statistically, right? But one would argue that we need to think about the relevance of the evidence for that evidence to be useful in our efforts in practicing evidence-based medicine. Ideally, you don't want to be here. Certainly, even if you can be here, if it's clinically important, but not statistically significant, perhaps may still be useful. You don't want something that's statistically significant, but it's not clinically useful. This is where you might want to be. But it's very rare to find yourself in that upper quadrant. I suggest that we need to shift our thinking from this binary aspect of statistical significance to more education. We need to educate people about thinking critically about the evidence. Perhaps emphasize statistical thinking. You don't need to be a statistician to be able to consume information in a way that's sensible. COVID is the proof. We had lots of citizens behaving better during COVID simply because they were able to actually consume information better. Right? We need to introduce people to basic concepts of epidemiology, fundamental research methods, better reporting to make science easy to replicate. Science depends on replication. We do something in one patient, we replicate it in a number of patients, we call that a study. But we know that's not sufficient. We need to replicate that study in other settings. There's several replicates of different studies that actually guide decision making. A lot of people are asked to peer review papers and they've never been trained to do this. We still rely on the system of peer review that's absolutely flawed. Just because someone is a good scientist doesn't mean they're a good peer review. They need to be trained how to do this. We need a balanced interpretation of evidence. Why? Because we're human. There's nothing that we do as humans that's perfect. By nature, we're flawed. And therefore, everything we do will always have limitations. And we need to balance that. We need to train people about concepts about evidence-based practice, exactly what I recommended in the previous talk. And perhaps we need to educate the people who cover science for the public. Because sometimes they have the problem, right? Who should we educate? General editors, reviewers, lay press. We need to educate the public about the evidence too. Care providers, public, everybody. Okay? Now, the American Statistical Association way back on this and said, hey, we are not recommending abandoning statistical significance. So they're very clear that even though they had those 6 principles, they want to make sure that people are not confused what they meant. And not backing up certain p-values, they just say people should use the information it says. This is what I'm saying. I'm talking to you because I think you should all care. Why? Because the tragedy of relying on poor research, or research that's misguided by poor use of p-values, can have deadly consequences for a community. You guys will remember the discussion between missiles and the vaccine for missiles, right? That was the situation in Canada before COVID. Outbreaks of missiles. It was in the news. The controversy started in 1998 with a paper which, if you search for the paper on the internet, it has a red line in the middle, retracted. The study claimed that there was a causal link between receiving the vaccine for measles and development of autism in children. Okay? However, there was overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Review after review, they all showed that there was no way receiving this vaccine would be associated with development of autism. Let's look at the study. Had 12 patients in it. It was not a randomized control trial. The conclusions were speculative more than anything. There were lots of other ethical issues with the study, which unfortunately were not discovered during peer review. They were discovered afterwards. But I have to say, by far, the greatest data or damage that was done by this study was the reporting of a p-value in the abstract. And the p-value was the only result reported about the association of receiving the vaccine and what they call a marker of autism. Okay? What is the marker? It's some acid. And those who are clinicians will know that actually, I think, it's at higher or lower levels of vitamin B12 to actually increase the acid. Right? So, the patients with black, they are the ones who have autism. The ones in rectangles, the way the controls selected to be able to prove the hypothesis. Okay? And receiving the marker, high acids was seen as, if you have a higher marker or high levels of this acid, you have autism. There's no evidence showing that people who have autism have very high levels. In other words, there's a direct link between them. Okay? What did they report? P-value of the association. Okay? There's no estimate of the association. There's no comprehensive of the association. It's a very small p-value with a very statistical significance association. Okay? Now, this is the abstract. Guess what you see in the abstract? P-value. Don't see anything else. Remember what I said earlier on? If it's significant, provide it in the abstract. Right? But the seeds of doubt have already been sown, with serious implications for public health. This was the situation in England. Coverage of the MMR vaccine. It was very high. When the study got published, it went down. Parents refused to vaccinate children. Of course, if I was a parent and there was information suggesting that pharmaceutical industry was conniving to be able to sell the vaccine, and the vaccine was shown by scientists to actually be harmful to the kids, I would also be scared, right? So you can see it went all the way below 80%. Alright? Now, let me tell you a bit of a story about this. When the paper was published, it was 1998. I don't think any of us and imagine a world where misinformation or disinformation would go faster than true information through social media. Today, the anti-vaccine movement is much, much stronger than anybody ever thought it would be possible. And funny enough, a lot of it is still connected to the study. In fact, the lead author of that study is one of the most popular persons in the anti-vaccine movement. I don't blame him. There's history between mistrust created by pharmaceutical industry. That in many ways, there was a time when they were suppressing negative results. So there's a bit of mistrust there. And of course, now there's mistrust of scientists. So, I mean, you can imagine, but I don't think any of us ever thought misinformation would go this fast. We wrote a paper about this, trying to encourage people to say, maybe we need to shift the way we think about science, the way we interpret science, the way we report science, the way we actually do the science itself. There's a difference between statistical significance and all these other dimensions of significance that could potentially be useful. And I strongly encourage that when we look at technology, let's keep this in mind. Why? Because the evidence is fraud of studies claiming statistical significance, but the usefulness of the information is doubtful. Okay? No wonder why people say we should get rid of it. I don't think we should get rid of it because the evidence is clear that if we get rid of it, people will find something else to abuse. Okay? So that's not going to solve the solution. We just have to figure out how to be wise and approach how we assess technology for the benefit of societies in a way that's balanced. Why? Because, hey, we're human. You can never do perfect studies. In fact, all the studies I've done, the best lessons I've learned was at the end of the study when I discovered I could have done things differently. But that's the value of research. That's the value of a learning system. We learn how to do things better as we go along. Right? I hope I've been able to convince you that we can do better with or without statistical significance. Okay? Obrigado. Yes.
Olá, bom dia. Meu nome é Débora. Eu queria fazer uma pergunta para o senhor. Na verdade, eu compreendo a defesa do não usar o valor de P como estatisticamente relevante. Eu entendo que, para a gente que discute ciência com muita frequência e tem uma familiaridade com esse tipo de literatura, é fácil pensar dessa forma e entender que existem outras abordagens que podem enriquecer a discussão. Entretanto, quando você traz a discussão das antivacinas e como isso é visto na mídia, me preocupa muito como uma sociedade como a brasileira, que tem quase 80% da população elevada, considerada como analfabeta funcional, pode entrar também nessa discussão e como a gente pode levar essa discussão, essa abordagem, na verdade, sem desqualificar a discussão, sem fazer com que a ciência se torne mais mal vista e menos considerada pela população em geral.
Wow, that's a fantastic question. I wish I had a good answer to that question. But I can only have suggestions. One of the difficulties that we face as researchers is that we're not trained about communication of evidence to the public. We are learning how to do this through trial and error, and we're not very good at it. Institutions are not investing enough to train doctors or researchers or professors how to communicate science to the public. We're leaving it to others to do it. and they're not doing a good job of it. So my suggestion would be, perhaps we need to recommit as a scientific community in training professors not just to do science, but how to communicate science better to the public. Why? Because the public pay our salaries. The public, they really pay for our living. And yet, we stop only when we have final results. We don't go further to make sure that the evidence is communicated to them in a way that's successful. The second thing I would say is, there's a lot of talk about community engagement or patient engagement and so on. But look at this discussion. Yes, I talked about science and how to do science better. But I think most of what I said can be understood by anybody. Right? They may not get everything, but they would understand the central message. How many patients do we have here? Patient, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All of us. Let's see all of us. But I guess what I'm trying to say is being deliberate to bring in people who are community members and they're very effective in communicating with the public. Those are the people who we should be partnering with. Those are the groups we should be partnering with to help us to do a much better job getting the public to understand what we're trying to do in science. That's the best I can say. I'm bringing politicians who are very good at communicating with the public, help us communicate science better, but most importantly, just train professors to do this better. Brazil is not alone, by the way. Canada is faced with the same thing. Look at the United States. People think the United States has high levels of literacy. They're a mess. Any other question? Yes, please.
Eu quero fazer um comentário, acho que talvez seja uma pergunta, porque é um assunto muito complicado esse, né? Acho que a educação das pessoas que realmente lidam com essa questão é extremamente importante. Mas hoje em dia a gente tem uma fábrica, né, digamos assim, uma série de ações que vendem dinheiro, que vendem conhecimento, que vendem mídia, que são muito importantes. Por exemplo, nós temos as revistas predadoras hoje em dia, que fazem esse serviço de gênero, as pessoas pagam, né? E nós temos também os pré-prints, que trouxeram assim, um enorme de problemas com relação a essa questão. Sai lá um pré-print, a pessoa vai lá, sai na mídia e aquilo tudo não foi avaliado por funcionários. Então, eu acho que existe uma indústria que ela vai sempre preponderar sobre a nossa educação. Então, você precisa de uma educação muito refinada para que você tenha realmente um posicionamento crítico com relação a isso. É muito difícil. Eu só quero fazer um comentário e agradecer a sua colocação.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And it is true. This is not simple, by the way. Now, if you look at what's happening today, all of us, we can only consume information that is less than a minute. Okay? Look at the way scientists communicate information in an abstract. You have to sit down and read it. If it's a video, it's one of the most boring videos you could ever watch. The people who are best at getting anyone to pay attention, they are so-called YouTube influencers. They're incredibly good in attracting your attention. How many of those are hired by universities in community science?
Just to point and provoke Thabane to talk about Contexto initiative to hire journalists to communicate the decisions.
There you go. That's a good suggestion.
de fato, a gente entendeu que a gente tem um problema também aqui no Brasil, que é da judicialização da saúde, e que, inclusive, a Conitec foi criada um pouco para enfrentar esse desafio, que é quando o judiciário, quando os juízes determinam condições de saúde a despeito de orientações do Ministério, de outras orientações em outras instâncias. E a gente entende hoje que, na verdade, mesmo com decisões, com recomendações da Conitec, isso não é seguido. E a gente viu que tem uma questão muito clara, acho que a gente hoje está muito clara, que a forma de comunicar essa decisão não como uma regulação de acesso, contenção de gastos. E hoje a gente entende também que, além de fazer investir no ótimo trabalho técnico, investir numa ótima forma de comunicar isso, para influenciar quem toma a decisão. Aqui não são só médicos e decisores, gestores de saúde, também judiciário, além da imprensa.
It's true, absolutely true. I don't want to cut into your break time. It's just a minute after 11. I think it's time for a 15 minutes break. We'll start at quarter after. Obrigado. All right, we're going to talk about feasibility studies. And I'm going to tell you a story. And the story has the past, the present, perhaps the future to it, okay? And it's a story that I started with this group. The interesting part, they're all British, except me. And I was hoping that I could get a Brazilian to be part of this group. Change the landscape a little bit. All right? So we've been working together since 2011 to try to see whether we could change the landscape. So I'll tell you what happened before 2016, and then perhaps between 2016 and 2023, and what I'm hoping for going forward. Before 2016, there was a lot of variation in practice in how people approach pilot studies or feasibility studies. A lot of them were not reported consistently. The two terms were used interchangeably and perhaps inconsistently as well. We all know that in science, words matter. What words you use matter. What words you don't use matter. Most journals have no editorial policies of how they handle pilot or feasibility studies. And there's evidence showing that editors were often twisting authors to add the word pilot to acknowledge that the study was small. Poor authors, because they wanted to get published, they just weren't getting pilot because they're forced by the editors to do so. And this was not a good situation. There's a lot of studies that look at reporting, and the message was the same, it was suboptimal. Too much emphasis on hypothesis testing and statistical significance. There were no clear feasibility objectives or outcomes. There was no clear indication of how people would proceed to the main study. And certainly, the methods of analyzing feasibility outcomes was inadequate in terms of description. In fact, for some of the studies that were published as pilot or feasibility studies, there was not even a clear indication whether they were planning a larger study afterwards. Right? But the evidence was clear about the value of doing pilot studies. This came from England. And we're looking at really whether is doing pilot studies saving the system some money. And they looked at all the studies that they were funding, and it was very clear that there was a potential for pilot studies to actually address a lot of the things that were making it difficult for studies to succeed. Many people have worried that in hospitals, in healthcare settings, we don't have money. I don't know if you have lots of money in Brazil, but we don't have money in Canada. And people say, doing pilot studies or feasibility studies, it's a waste of time. Why don't we just go ahead and do the main study, right? Well, the British were very systematic in showing that actually, by doing pilot feasibility studies before they did the main studies, it saved their system lots of money. We're not that systematic in Canada to show that there's value in doing pilot studies. I don't know whether it was ever done in Brazil. In other words, there's empirical evidence that shows that not doing assessment of feasibility is really the main reasons why most of the efforts fail. Studies fail to accrue patients in the study because they were too optimistic. And once the study begins, it's difficult to get patients into the study. Let's step back a little. Why do we do these studies in the first place? Because we want to assess whether things will work. The specific procedures we want to do in a study, the certain methods we want to actually use. We want to test whether it will be feasible to do these procedures or feasible to apply these methods. Can we recruit? Can we retain? Can we get all the data we want? These are the things we want to actually assess before we do the main study. This was a brave study that was actually in patients with behavioral problems, and we're trying to figure out whether this program would work. We were unsure whether it would actually work. So we did it on a smaller scale to assess whether the main study would be feasible. We did the same thing with the probiotics study, prospect study. Can we recruit? Will people adhere to the protocol? These are very, very legitimate questions that any scientist doing a larger study that's going to cost a lot of money to the system, they need to answer before they invite any patients to participate in such a study. We did the same thing with the virus. We're not sure whether we can recruit the homes, whether we could retain them, whether they will all want to participate in a study. And therefore, we did it on a smaller scale as a feasibility to assess whether this would work. In the surgery, this was hospital-based assessment. We weren't sure whether people would adhere to this algorithm. So we decided to actually see first whether is there any evidence that they will actually adhere to using the algorithm. But any time when we're doing an initial assessment of whether things will work, we then have to say, how are we going to assess whether we are successful? Then we can move on to the main study. So determining the progression criteria is essential. In the virus trial, we were very specific about how we're going to do that. Remember, at the end of a feasibility study, you either stop, you're either going to continue saying, yes, it is feasible to do the main study, or we're going to continue, but we need to make some certain changes to the protocol. All these things are all possible. And criteria for success has been seen as one of the major deficiencies in how people plan and how to do these studies. In the surgery trial, we thought, well, we will only continue if at least 70% of the orders are adhered to. Right? So we had a specific criteria for success. If you look at the virus, we were very specific about the targets. Let's say if we achieve the following targets, we will declare that success to go to the main trial. In this study, my colleagues were very clear as well in terms of what would be the evaluation metrics for success to proceed to the main study. In the PROTECT trial, the same thing. They had very specific criteria to see. These are the things we're assessing for feasibility. we will consider them successful if we achieve the following targets. In practice, to be honest, pilot studies have been all over the place in terms of how people approach them. The reporting was inadequate. The specification of feasibility objectives was all over the place. Journals were all over the place about how they did this. And a lot of this was actually creating a lot of waste. People doing studies that were failing because they never assessed feasibility. Or even if they did, they never did a good job of assessing it. Now, if people say if pilot studies is a waste of money, that's not supported by evidence. The evidence from the UK suggests that after doing pilot studies saved them over $20 million pounds in the system. So we then began to change the situation in 2011, but a lot of our efforts didn't materialize until 2016. And in 2016, we actually published the methods of trying to change how people report pilot and feasibility trials. And after we started doing this, we realized that not everybody was talking about the same thing. The concept of pilot or feasibility, people were thinking the same, others were seeing different. And as we began the process, we realized one of the things we needed to clarify was the language so that we were all speaking the same language. And in doing so, we realized that we had to define what we meant by a feasibility study, and we also had to define what we meant by a pilot study, and we had to explain where they were the same and where they were different. And this led to a conceptual framework of saying that the larger concept of what we're trying to do is to reduce uncertainty about the things we are not sure how they will turn out in the main study. Therefore, feasibility is an idea of trying to actually reduce that uncertainty. And then there's other aspects that may be the same in the feasibility and the main trial, and other aspects may not necessarily be the same in the feasibility as in the main study. So we focused on actually developing the concept extension for randomized control trials, where randomization was a pivotal aspect of doing that study. So a feasibility study asks whether something can be done, should we proceed with it, and if so, how? A pilot study asks the same question, but it's specific in the design feature that the design feature is exactly the same as the main study. But a feasibility study doesn't have it to have exactly the same design as the main study. In other words, all pilot studies are feasibility studies, but not all feasibility studies are pilot studies. Okay? This was a major breakthrough in clarifying the language. And as a result of this, people really started paying attention to this. The paper got lots of attention, and it continues to get lots of attention. People are interested in the difference. We then published the course of state extension to pilot trials, and this focused primarily on reporting of pilot trials where randomization was used because it was going to be part of the main design for the future study. It does not apply to what we call internal pilot trials. And I'm not going to spend time on what an internal pilot trials is, but this is intended for, we do a feasibility trial or a pilot trial, we complete it, and then we move on to the main study, and then the main study based on the information from the pilot. We did 4 things. The first thing was we provided a standard console item, and then side by side, we also did an extension of that item for pilot trials. We identified items that remained unchanged, items that needed to be modified, and items that were completely new, and items that were not applicable to pilot trials. I'll show you with examples what I mean by that. This is what the checklist looks like. we have items in the first column. We have standard items from the consult 2010 version in the second column. And then we have the extension in the third column. If something was going to be changed, we highlighted it in red. So we needed a change, and the change is in red. If something was completely new, it was never there before, you can see that, well, literally, actually still the same, it's the same thing. It doesn't change. No change means all these items include that the same item will apply to extension with panel trans. Okay? Blue means you transfer the same item and it's applicable for extension with panel trans. Green means this is completely new and it's specific to panel trans. For instance, in most panel trials, we're trying to figure out whether can we recruit. How many people do we have to screen to be able to get to the numbers that we need? So the number of people who get consented and agree to participate becomes essential. So we want the people to report that so that people can assess feasibility of recruitment. This is an item which deals with progression criteria to the main study. It's only specific to panel trans. It is not specific to all the other trans. And therefore it's a new item. And then we have to change this and say, you don't necessarily need to do the calculation for the pilot, sample size for the pilot, but you need to justify it. Okay? We thought methods for analysis for subgroups is not applicable. We don't even recommend doing subgroup analysis in pilot trials. We discourage it. What else? Presentation in absolute terms of the treatment effects and so on. We said this is not applicable. Pilot trials are not about estimating effects. They are about assessing feasibility of the main study. If relevant, important unintended consequences. One of the reasons why we assess whether something will be feasible is to be able to see other things we are not aware of that we need to worry about. So any unintended consequence becomes essential when you're trying to assess whether something will be feasible. All right. Implication for progression from the pilot to the future trial. This becomes essential. So this was also a new item. Anything that's green, it's a completely new item that's been added specific to pilot trials. Now, because it's a feasibility study, it's done in a hospital, people think, oh, I only need 10 patients, I don't need research ethics approval. He said, no, you are required to have ethics approval for a pilot trial. Okay? So we had to be very specific about this. What else do we provide? Elaboration and explanation for every item. What is that item asking you to do, and why is it important? Okay? And then we provided examples of best practices of how to report it. For example, specific objectives or research questions for the pilot trial. We explain why this is important. We provide an explanation of how to do it well, and then we provide an example of how to do it. We also suggested specific changes to the flow diagram. Anyone who's used the concept, you'll realize that they do have a flow diagram that summarizes the flow of patients through the study. We said for the pilot trial, it is important for us to be able to understand how many patients were used to be able to estimate feasibility rates. Not so much comparisons between the groups. So this is why this was modified. Number of people who were screened was essential, so we can be able to estimate recruitment rates. And ultimately, we just want to know how many people were used to assess each of the different feasibility objectives. That's not how the consort flow diagram is currently framed. It's about comparisons between groups, and therefore knowing the number of individuals in each group becomes important, not for parameters. Okay? What else do we do? Some people don't have access to the full study. Not all journals are available for free. So we provided how people should be summarizing the results of a pilot trial in an abstract. The concept has an extension to abstracts. We provided an extension of that abstract to pilot trials. And then we showed people how to use it. By going through an example and say, here's an example of reporting a pilot trial, here's how you could use this checklist to be able to actually then make it easier for people to see what you did. And then we'll show them how the example could be revised based on concept extension of abstract pilot trials. And then people will say, well, we don't have journals to publish this stuff. Many clinical journals reject our pilot studies or feasibility studies. We had a discussion with Biomed Central to change that. And they're going to host a journal for publishing pilot or feasibility works. So in 2015, we launched the Journal of Pilot and Feasibility Studies. Jill and I are the editors-in-chief, and Thabane is one of our associate editors, and you guys are associate editors? Not yet? All right, we're recruiting. Okay, we're still recruiting. So, and the members of the working group are editorial board members for the journal. It's one of the fastest growing journal Biomed has ever had. We can't keep up with the number of submissions. So, if you're interested in becoming a reviewer or being an associate editor, please get in touch with me. We continue to run many workshops like the ones I'm talking to you about today in various institutions to make people aware of how we try to change the practice of pilot and feasibility studies. We've created a website to provide people with information about anything pilot or feasibility. I encourage you to visit the website. We've also asked colleagues to write about introducing people about the standards of how to report pilot and feasibility trials better. This was one of our colleagues who actually did it for the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology. This person looks familiar and did it for the journal for this institution. And if you have your favorite health technology assessment journal, and you'd like to introduce them to a reporting of pilot studies in health technology assessment, please, I'll work with you to make this happen. That was one of our former trainees who actually did this for another journal that needed help. And lots of other people have actually done it for their own favorite journal, and I encourage you to do the same. Now we see more attention being paid to how pilot and feasibility studies are done in many clinical disciplines. You know, people talking about it in prognosis, spinal cord research, but unfortunately there's a lot of work to do, right? This was a study showing that 30% of pilot and feasibility studies published in anesthesia journals, they are not properly labeled as such. And then this was done by one of my colleagues showing that about 20% only report criteria. 80% of them don't report how they had decided to make decisions to proceed to the main step. Of course, many of them did not even try the main step. Okay? This was one of our PhD students actually looking at this issue same way. And seriously, there's lots of problems that still needs to be addressed. We decided to actually extend the framework because people say, what if I have this? What if I have that? And the framework was really trying to figure out whether we could provide a decisional tree for people to decide how to proceed if they were planning an external pilot trial. Ethics. I think we will all agree that it doesn't seem fair as scientists to invite anybody to participate in a study for which we cannot guarantee that the study will be feasible to generate useful information. I wouldn't invite my mother. I'm sure you would feel uncomfortable inviting your own grandmother, right? Now the issue then becomes, what obligation do we have as scientists when we invite people to participate in feasibility studies to tell them that, by the way, this study is just the beginning to assess whether the main study will be feasible. And in the end, it may turn out that the main study may not be feasible. Now, so I say, look, the research ethics board, I've done this for many years. And I said to my colleagues, that's not fair. We need to tell people that this is about assessing feasibility, not clinical outcomes. They said, oh, hang on a minute. Many patients may not want to participate once they hear that the study is about feasibility. I said, show me the evidence. Zero evidence to support that. In other words, if you want to assess whether by being truthful by telling patients that we are inviting you to participate in a feasibility study to assess whether the main study evaluating this technology will actually work, and see whether they will refuse to participate. It's not true. There's no evidence to support that. But I think we have the obligation to be truthful. So I said, well, we need to change this. The consent form needs to be clear that we are assessing feasibility. And the primary objective of feasibility needs to be very clear in the consent form. We should also explain what we mean by feasibility, because not everybody understands what it is. Certainly, maybe not patients. And be very specific about those objectives. And certainly tell them how we will then make decisions to proceed to the main study. I think we have an obligation to be truthful to that, right? Well, this is one of my students. And he looked at how we were doing in Hamilton. So, our Hamilton Research Ethics Board for the university and the hospitals, it's all combined. They allowed him to look at the studies they had approved, all of which claimed they were pilot or feasibility studies. Okay? I think they should be. Hey, by the way, somebody should do the same thing here in Butukatu. Okay? Let's see what you'll find. And what you find was that the informed consent process was not adequate. We didn't have enough information in the consent form to tell patients what we are asking of them to do. Now, in Canada, all the research is governed by all the international research ethics guidelines, health safety, and all the others. But we also have another one, which is the Drug Cancer Policy Statement. And in the Drug Cancer Policy Statement, it's very clear that we have an ethical responsibility as researchers to tell patients what we are asking them to do. All right? So it was that for me that actually changed everything, that we have an obligation to do this. What am I hoping for the future? First, I have a wish list. We as a group have a wish list that we need to do a much better job guiding people how to design them, how to determine the sample size, how to actually write protocols for them, whether or not they should be included in systematic reviews, and if so, how to think about progression for criteria, how to communicate them, whether we even need an app to help people design them, the consent process, and of course an outreach to educate people and so on. So you can see there's a wish list. If anybody is interested in participating, please raise your hand because it's an area that still has a lot of fresh ideas. In the time being, I say to you, we've written some editorials providing people of how to actually design them and how to think about the spirit extension, which is recording of protocols for trials, how you can actually do it for extension to parallel trials. And this for people submitting to our own journal. This work still needs to be done for all sorts of trials. We said, here's what the security guideline item is about designing. Here's how you could potentially extend it to parallel trials with the hope that people could actually be able to use that. And then we said you can use this in conjunction with the cost of extension to parallel trials and then be able to do a much better job. And we provide them with examples. What about parallel trials for non-randomized studies? We don't have guidance at the moment. We need to extend the scope, but we provide an editorial for our journal, guiding people how to actually report them. And looking at the cost of extension to parallel trials, perhaps people could ignore the items that deals with randomization to focus on just reporting of the item. We can use the cost of extension to parallel trials checklist, ignore any parts that deals with randomization, and declare them as not applicable. And we provide different types of guidelines for reporting of observational studies, and then we encourage people to actually use the appropriate reporting guideline, use it in conjunction with the concept extension, and see how you can adapt it for your situation. There's other important aspects about parallel feasibility studies that I think people should pay attention to, right? Quite often when we do science, there's a lot of small preliminary studies that we do. Phase 1 studies, phase 2 studies, and so on. They're all preliminary studies, right? But when we're talking about parallel trials, we're talking about parallel trials specific to phase 3 studies, okay? And there's a lot of misconceptions about these issues, frequently asked questions and so on, which I often encourage people to look at. There's also what we call proof of concept, right? Trying to see whether an intervention or a technology is biologically active, does it modify the outcomes for a disease. And I often remind people that proof of concept is not the same thing as proof of feasibility. Let me say it again. Proof of concept is not the same thing as proof of feasibility. And quite often people confuse the two. Sample size justification is essential. Unfortunately, we don't have clear guidance about how to justify the sample size for parallel studies. The guidelines are all over the place. I'm just giving you a sense of how many different guidelines are out there about how to do this. So if anybody interested in investigating this further and coming up with recommendations, by all means, that's why I feel. Bottom line is, there's multiple approaches. There's no clear sense of what to use which one. Common misconception. People think it's a small study that can be completed very quickly. Oh, students. Professors say, oh, I have a student who's supposed to do research. Oh, you will do a pilot. Okay? Small study that does not require any funding. Ministry does not have funding for pilot studies. We only fund big studies. Bad idea. These are real excuses that people have used of calling something a pilot study or feasibility study, which we could all agree they're not legitimate reasons for doing a pilot study. Small study that has limited funding, only have funding for 10 patients, and therefore I'm going to call this one a pilot study. Okay? Single center study, I don't have resources for a large multi-center studies. A study that has a similar size as someone else's published studies, so published. By the way, this were studies submitted to Hamilton Research Ethics Board. People justify why they call something a pilot studies, and none of them are really legitimate. Oh, we did this before and got it published. and we're going to do the same thing and call it a pilot. Okay? These are all not good reasons for calling something a pilot. Frequently asked questions. Can you publish the results of a pilot study? Yes. Every attempt should be made to publish the results of any study. Why? Because we need to provide information about feasibility so other people don't waste time to test for feasibility when the information is already available. That's how we reduce waste. When people share the results of every single study so we don't duplicate efforts. Okay? We also have an ethical and scientific obligation as scientists. When we invite patients to participate in a study, we have an obligation to share the results. Currently, the system extends to and ensure that they are published in a peer-reviewed system. So I would say we definitely have an obligation to do so. Most pilot studies do not show statistical significant results. I just talked to you about the dangers of relying on this. Why? Because that's not what they're designed for. Right? The cost of checklist does not even require reporting of p-values. We discourage reporting of p-values in pilot studies. Okay? No evidence of effect is not the same as evidence of effect. Absence of evidence is not the same thing as evidence of absence. Right? Can I combine data from the pilot with data from the main study? Yes. You've done a pilot, you completed it, you do the main study. Can you combine all that information? That is yes. If the methodology and everything is the same, I don't see why you couldn't do that. What about in a meta-analysis? Of course, yes. You're looking at the totality of all the evidence that's available. If a pilot study is also reported some results on clinical outcomes, yes, include them in a meta-analysis as well. And a pilot study exists on its own? Yes. If the results show that the main study is not feasible, that's where you end. Maybe somebody else will take it from there. Okay? Can I apply for funding for a pilot study? Yes. I am hoping that every funding agency that funds research should have a program dedicated to funding feasibility studies to make sure that they don't waste money. They should not fund anybody unless they've established that it would be feasible to actually do the main study. If they don't, then that's where they should start. They should be funded from that. In Canada, it used to be that we were not actually funding pilot trials. We would say, all right, you haven't shown that the main trial will be feasible. Come back to us once you've shown that. And people were doing a terrible job in assessing feasibility. We then changed it. We said, we will fund pilot trials. We now fund pilot trials. And I bet if we look very closely at the system, it has saved us wasting money. Okay? And I randomized patients in a pilot trial and says yes. In fact, in some trials, that may very well be the reason why you want to do a pilot. You want to see whether would patients be willing to be randomized if they know they're going to be randomized to a placebo. Right? And I use pilot to estimate the sample size and says yes, but you've got to be very careful. Why? By nature, pilot studies are small studies, and therefore there's a lot of imprecision in the estimates, so one has to be very careful. And I use the results of a pilot to treat my patients. Bad idea. And I do a serious business. Don't do it. Okay? What can I do with a failed or a bad pilot study? In science, nothing is a complete waste. You can always use it as a bad example. In teaching others what not to do. Okay? Can I register a pilot trial? The answer is yes. Every clinical studies, every health technology assessment study needs to be registered. Why? Because they're interventional studies. right? Key messages. Pilot studies help us to be able to assess whether main studies will be feasible. Okay? They can enhance the chances of success for those studies because they provide you information about things you are uncertain about. Trust me, there's a lot of things we are always uncertain about when we plan studies. Why? Because some of that information is not available in the literature, right? So it's a good idea to actually start there. But we need to pay attention in how we design them. There needs to be clear arguments of why we are actually assessing feasibility. What are we uncertain about for which we don't have information? What's the rationale for assessing feasibility? What are the feasibility objectives? How are we going to make decisions to move on to the next stage and so on? And secondly, they need to be registered. We need to be deliberate in making sure that they're actually communicated and reported transparently. That means we need to pay attention in how we design them, right? Because by doing so and how we actually conduct them, we have lots of benefits, right? It can actually help improve the clarity of the problem for the main study. We can do a much better job in the main study if we pay attention in how we actually design the pilot. We can decide who we need to work with, who we need to collaborate with, who should be the partners, and so on. And this enhances the chances of us finding the solution to whatever problem we're trying to solve. It can inform the design of the main study, enhance the likelihood of the publication, and of course, increase efficiencies and reduce waste in the system. And a lot of things will actually improve if we pay attention in how we actually do the piloting or assessment of feasibility. Why is transparent reporting essential? We have a moral obligation to the patients, to the public, and certainly to the scientific community as well. We do have a scientific obligation. Why? Because science is about learning. People won't learn unless we're willing to share how we learn. We have an economic obligation, an imperative, because we're all vested in reducing waste in research. There's a lot of waste in health technology assessment studies. Why? Because we don't do a good job in reporting assessment for feasibility for those health technology assessment studies. Remember that a pilot is not a small single-center study, okay? It's certainly not a study that's similar to somebody else's study, or a study that is intended to demonstrate effectiveness. That's not what it is. Now, these are the Ghanaians in West Africa. They say you never check the depth of a river with both feet. Right? Why? Because you're going to drown. Pilot feasibility studies are intended to assess whether is it feasible to cross the river. And when you're going to assess whether it's feasible to cross the river, you don't go with both feet. You go with 1 foot. Look at the depth. If it's too deep, come back. Keep trying. If it's too deep, come back. The goal is simple. You want to cross the river. You don't want to end in the river. Alright? So there's wisdom in this program. Obrigado.
Thank you, Lehana. I have a question in Portuguese, please. It's better. Obrigada, Lehana. Eu gostaria de perguntar, tem alguma evidência de que as indústrias farmacêuticas têm conduzido mais estudos bons, estudos pilotos? Não?
Yes. Yes.
De novo, tem alguma evidência de que as indústrias farmacêuticas têm conduzido mais estudos pilotos, uma vez que eles são os grandes interessados em não perder dinheiro também, obviamente que o governo, todos são interessados, né? Estudos públicos devem ter esse pensamento, mas a indústria farmacêutica como grande geradora de estudos, né, de ensaios clínicos, de interesse para a própria indústria, se eles têm feito mais estudos piloto para conduzir o estudo principal.
Short answer is, I don't think so. And the reason is very simple. Most pharmaceutical companies, they do a lot of work ahead of time to assess whether the concept works, proof of concept studies. They also do a lot of work working with people who have actually been very successful in getting studies done. And they often will actually look into issues of feasibility before they complete funding any study. They will not be doing a pilot study themselves, but they will do everything they can to make sure that they have provided the infrastructure. They have done a lot of prior work to ensure feasibility. The evidence shows that actually pharmaceutical-led studies or trials, they are much more successful than investigator-led trials led by professors from the university who are funded by non-for-profit organizations. So, why? Because there's a lot of financial impact at stake for pharmaceutical companies. They're not going to take a chance to do a trial that they cannot guarantee success. It's too costly. So they will find proof of concept, but they will do anything to make sure that they have all the data they need about feasibility before they go in.
Professor, eu até então pensava que eu ia conduzir um estudo piloto. E agora o senhor falou sobre essa prova de conceito. Eu queria saber se essa prova de conceito ela é publicável como esse piloto. Tem algumas normas como consórcio para publicação, o SPIT para o desenvolvimento do protocolo. Tem algum material assim produzido em relação à prova de conceito, como tem no estudo piloto? Gostaria de saber se a prova em que lugar que a gente pode encaixar um estudo de prova de conceito.
Fantastic question. All right. For those people who may not get the difference between a pilot and a proof of concept, a proof of concept study is a study that is trying to assess whether one technology is better than another technology or a standard of care of sort, but it's using surrogate markers as an outcome. For example, I have a technology that's used to actually prevent cardiovascular mortality. People think this will actually reduce the rates of people dying from heart-related diseases. But I don't have the time to do a 5-year study to see whether there will be a reduction in mortality. I have money and resources to do a 2-year study to see whether I can reduce blood pressure, because hypertension is a surrogate marker of cardiovascular mortality. So a proof of concept study would be a study that's using blood pressure or lipids as an outcome. How do you design such a study? Exactly the same way as you design any trial. Because of the spirit guideline and there to guide you how you design it, the concept is how you report it. The only difference between that study and the real study would be that the real study would use mortality as an outcome, while the proof of concept would use blood pressure or lipids as an outcome. The design is exactly the same. What would a feasibility study in that scenario look like? Notice that if I'm going to prove that the concept works, I don't know whether that study addressing proof of concept will be feasible. I may still have to do a feasibility study to see whether can I recruit patients for the study where I'm proving concept, right? And then when I'm done, I want to do the main study of mortality as an outcome. I don't know whether it will be feasible. Then I can do another feasibility study. So feasibility can come in at any stage, whether a study will be feasible to do. Okay. Excellent. All right. I'm sure you guys will have questions even after this. I'm around. We have 2 more presentations in the afternoon. But I'm available if you have any questions. I'm sure people are hungry now and would like to get something to eat. But I hope you will be able to get something out of 3 presentations in the morning. But my goal is not to make you a scientist that can deal with these issues in one day. But I'm trying to change your way of thinking about these issues. At least be able to have discussions with your colleagues about how to approach them differently. Thank you. Obrigado.
Pessoal, só vou pedir um favor, vocês olharem na programação, horário do almoço, a gente vai voltar e começar pontualmente no horário que está aí. Então a gente recomenda fortemente que vocês cheguem, para quem não quer perder toda a fala da professora Lehana, que chegue um pouquinho antes, suba com calma, porque pontualmente a professora Lehana vai começar, tá bom? Então obrigada e bom almoço a todos.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you now about taking the best available evidence on any technology and now translating that evidence into practice in the routine case setting. And I'll briefly also touch on where the confusions are about doing that, what the controversies are, and then we'll see whether some of these controversies actually hold any merit. All right. In Canada, we have a whole section of our Canadian Institutes of Health Research dedicated to knowledge translation, KT for knowledge translation. And therefore, we decided to actually find the definition of how we define it. It's synthesis, dissemination, exchange, and application of knowledge to improve the health of Canadians, but we know it's not sufficient to improve the health of Canadians. We live in a connected world, and therefore, the health of everybody. So if you look at it from that perspective, knowledge translation, it's about promoting evidence-based practice. It's about quality improvement, and therefore, it's not a one-time thing, it's a process. The reality is that the methodology of how we do it is perhaps the greatest problem we face. So it's running wild. While we have knowledge translation as a means by which we promote evidence-based practice, the science and the methods of actually doing knowledge translation are not evidence-based. In other words, we need to do a much better job figuring out the science and the methods of doing knowledge translation. If you look at the amount of evidence about what works and what doesn't work when it comes to different types of interventions and technology, there's a huge mountain of evidence. But when you look at the methods and the evidence for the methods we use to translate that knowledge into practice, it's very minimal. So I think as a community, we need to do a much better job trying to figure out how to get humans, in particular physicians, to practice medicine consistently. Okay? So what are the key methods aspects of doing this? The right research question, the right methodology to minimize bias, and we need very large studies to increase the power and enhance the accuracy. But most importantly, we need a very pragmatic strategy of how we do it. So you might wonder, what is a pragmatic strategy? The word pragmatic, if you look at it in the dictionary, it means practical, efficient, sensible, realistic, down to earth. It's a matter of fact. In fact, the idea of using a pragmatic thing was published in 1967 by two French people, right? But when they actually talked about this, they were talking about a pragmatic attitude in assessing whether therapies work in the real world. And they said for us to do this well, we have to take into account the realities of life. People withdraw from studies, people move between communities, people don't adhere to medications. People are told it is good for you to be active in order to stay healthy, but they don't do it, right? People have preferences. People who are trained in the same medical schools, but they practice differently because of different preferences. They take care of the same patient differently because of the preferences of those patients as well. So there's lots of variation in practice among providers. The kind of patients that people have to look after are very different. Somebody talked about this point earlier on. They're very different from the patients that generated the evidence that they have to rely on to make decisions in clinical practice. Right? Here's another one. People who provide funding for programs, for technology, they make different decisions based on the same evidence. So you can see that there's a lot of realities of things in life that we have to take into account. So a pragmatic trial is asking a very simple question: whether offering some technology or intervention compared to what's currently available does more good than harm. In other words, does it work under usual conditions? Okay? In the literature, you find terms like practical trials, management trials. They all mean the same thing. These are all different terms that actually refer to pragmatic trials, but people are using different terms. Efficacy trials, they're also called explanatory trials. They're asking whether if we offer something and people take it and use it, does it do more good than harm? I'm having a struggle with my slides because I can't control them. They keep going faster than me. So under very tightly controlled conditions. This is where most of the evidence is available. But what happens in routine care settings, that's where the evidence is not available. The challenge with pragmatic trials is that if something is negative and you design a pragmatic trial, you'll never know whether it's because the intervention itself is worthless. However, if it's positive, then you know for sure you can implement it in practice. Right? Exploratory trials, you've shown that under very tightly controlled conditions something works. But you'll never know whether it will work in a real world setting. With patients that have not only diabetes, they have eye problems, they have hypertension problems, they have all sorts of other stuff. They don't have money to buy the medication. Even if you provide them the medication, they share the medication with a system, a cassette, and so on, right? So the best approach is let's generate the evidence under tightly controlled conditions using efficacy trials. And then once you've shown something works, take it and then test it in a pragmatic trial to see whether would it be useful if we actually offer it under very ideal conditions. The pricing score was introduced just to remind people that this concept of pragmatism when we are generating evidence is It's not black and white. It has dimensions to it. So you have to decide which dimension you're going to be more pragmatic on. In other words, it is not really that straightforward that you have pragmatic evidence and not pragmatic evidence. So there's an extent or the spectrum across which evidence would be pragmatic. The pricing tool was used to actually measure pragmatism on different dimensions that were 10 at the beginning. This was revised, now it reduced to 9 dimensions. And therefore, when we design studies and when we look at the evidence, we have to look at how pragmatic it was on all these different dimensions. Let me give you an example. It is not a binary thing. If we're talking about adherence, you have to think about it on a continuum scale. If somebody is really non-compliant and we say, all right, anyone who's not compliant is out right from the beginning. It means really we are being ultra-explanatory. That's how most of the evidence is actually generated. With people who are highly compliant, they're very clean, they don't have all sorts of other comorbid conditions. And then you can say, well, if they're not compliant, we'll try to find ways to improve their compliance. Or you can say we can monitor compliance and not do anything. Or do something if we need to, or monitor compliance without doing anything. Or ignore compliance altogether, realizing that that's just life. Not a single physician goes from home to home to look at whether their patients are taking medication. And they're taking it as prescribed, right? That's just the way life is. Give an example, this was a USPA study looking at hypertension many years ago, and it was looking at whether providing people with anti-hypertensive medication would actually reduce their hypertension and so on. And this was done over 3 years, and if you measure how pragmatic it was tightly controlled. Anyone who was not compliant was removed before even the study begins. So one would say this was ultra-explanatory. The complete trial, we tried to actually take the best available evidence and implement it in practice to help people or doctors, primary care providers to manage people with diabetes or any cardiovascular risk factors. And then we are looking at whether providing them with the system, electronic healthcare system, versus not using it when you have a patient in front of you, does it actually help you to reduce rates of cardiovascular problems? This was the system that a physician would have. The guidelines are very clear. If somebody has diabetes, these are the things you have to monitor. This is how often you have to monitor them. And these are the targets you have to be aiming for. So when a patient comes in, the doctor looks at this and says, okay, how is their A1C? How is their blood pressure? How is their cholesterol? Is it on target, not on target, and so on? And if it's not on target, what does the guideline say I should do? And so on. So they would have this in front of them every time they have a patient with diabetes. And then we compare with a situation where this is not made available to a physician. Thus, providing this do more good than harm in managing patients with diabetes. The patients themselves will get something like this. It says, well, if you manage your cholesterol, you stop smoking, make sure your blood pressure is under control, guess what? Here's your probability of living in the next, or the risk of dying in the next few 10 years, all right? The idea was to push patients to do something and also for physicians to be able to actually help patients. How pragmatic was it? We thought it was pragmatic on other dimensions, except the way we collected the data. We're using data that's in the physician's office, which one would argue perhaps is not as objective. The CHAP trial, we thought it was very pragmatic. It was led by 3 of my colleagues, 3 of which have left my master since. It was a cardiovascular health awareness program. And what we did was we took everything that we know and is based on evidence about how to manage hypertension for the elderly. This is the most costly aspect of the healthcare system. 95% of our expenditures in health is among the elderly. And for the most part, it's for things that we can actually manage and prevent. But we don't use the evidence that we know how to do these things well in practice, and we're trying to see whether can we get people in their communities to actually do this much better. So we had a program that we called the CHAP program, which was offering organized blood pressure assessment clinics connected with the doctors and physicians and pharmacists and so on, run by the communities to actually be able to see whether we can reduce rates of hospitalizations of heart-related problems compared to communities where this program was not made available. So we designed deliberately using a pragmatic strategy, using registry-based to measure the outcomes. How pragmatic was it? 5 of us who were the lead investigators in the trial, we thought it was very, very pragmatic. I'll explain this in a few minutes. We extended this when it was successful to the Philippines, and it was led by 2 of my colleagues from the Department of Family Medicine. And you may wonder why the Philippines, they have a serious problem of diabetes. I'm not sure the Philippines is the only country where this is a problem. Actually, it can be a problem in the whole world. Obesity is going up, and this is leading to bad consequences of diabetes. The prevalence is 6%, and there's predictions that actually it was going to get worse. In fact, by 2035, they think 6 million people will be living with diabetes in the Philippines. I can tell you that in Canada it's getting worse. It's getting worse in the US. And I know many other countries in Europe, including Africa, where this is getting worse. So we thought, could we use the CHAP program to see whether we can reduce rates of diabetes in the Philippines? And we compared with communities where this program was not made available. How pragmatic was it? Perhaps not as pragmatic as the CHAP program itself. We've done similar trials since then to advance better care or evidence-based practice in communities. This was the whole trial, which was led by one of my colleagues at McMaster, and this was actually done in Colombia and Malaysia because they also have a similar problem of cardiovascular rates increasing and not having enough cardiologists in the country to deal with it. So the idea was, could we use the public healthcare system that has public healthcare workers to do what cardiologists would do in the communities, to be able to first identify people with uncontrolled hypertension and see whether we could get them on treatment before they get into trouble. I should tell you that strokes around the world are increasing, and the number one reason for strokes in most countries is uncontrolled hypertension. Right? So we actually used this program, which was also based on the CHAP model, to see whether we could actually change the situation in both Colombia and Malaysia. And in the end, we're actually able to actually show that using this multifaceted program of task shifting, in other words, all the tasks that would be done by cardiologists would have to be done by somebody else who is available, because they don't have enough cardiologists, right? Yes, this was able to substantially improve blood pressure control and cardiovascular outcomes in those 2 countries. In Canada, we also don't have enough cardiologists. This is in Nova Scotia, which is the eastern province of Canada. It's even worse because it's a very, perhaps not as rich province. So we did a similar trial trying to see whether if people are released from the hospital, they were hospitalized for atrial fibrillation, could we get their family physicians to do what a cardiologist would do for them? We know what the guidelines say should be done. Can we get this into a decision support system so that their family doctors can actually help them to do it? Yes, principle was still the same. Using evidence-based guidelines to advance best care for people in the community. And we're actually able to actually show that it improves the process of care but certainly we're not sure whether we could actually prevent emergency visits for AFib. One of the biggest problems we also face is that when we release people from the hospital, sometimes the instructions we provide them is not good enough. So we're trying to see whether could we provide people with a systematic way of providing them with instruction that links them up with primary care providers and all the services in the communities. This were patients who were hospitalized for heart failure. Could we actually prevent them from coming back into the hospital for emergency visits or hospitalizations afterwards? Hospitals are not the best environment for anybody. Certainly not the best environment for patients who are much, much higher risk of infections. That's why during COVID, nobody wanted to be near the hospital. Right? We don't want readmitting people into the hospital, particularly people who are vulnerable. And most heart failure patients are elderly, and those are people who should save by preventing events that will actually end up in the hospital. And we're able to actually show that having a systematic way of providing them with instructions that links them up with their family doctors, providing family doctors with information that will actually provide them with best care, this will actually help. Now, if you want to learn more about pragmatic trials and how to do them well, there's lots of resources available. Dave Sackett, before he passed away, he used to run clinician rounds in the general clinical trials. And he wrote a few things about how to think about pragmatic trials. And also reminding people, as I'll show you, that they're asking a completely different type of question. If you want to look at how to report them, there's a course of extension to reporting on pragmatic trials. But as we're thinking about this, some of my colleagues said, well, when we're talking about pragmatic trials, I think the way we are looking at it is a bit narrow. As pragmatic depending on somebody's perspective. Is it from a patient perspective? Is it from a policy provider perspective? Or is it from the physician perspective? So as we're talking about this, I just want you to realize I'm adopting a perspective of a policymaker who is going to be providing the funding for the technology or the program. And once they provided the funding, they will never know whether people will use it properly, will prescribe it properly, and whether they will adhere to it. But they have to provide money for it. I just want you to be aware that pragmatic trials have been under fire. They've been criticized for all sorts of problems. High rates of loss to follow-up, non-adherence, with people think it will cause substantial problem, blinded assessments with people who cause bias. They also, people describe them as ways to actually sacrifice internal validity to achieve generalizability. And people have also said, well, they require very large sample size, which seems to suggest that they may not be feasible, actually. So if you look at these four criticisms, they suggest that if you use pragmatic trials to generate evidence, you are likely to get a biased result. Remember, bias is the biggest thing we worry about when we generate evidence. The last one is really not about bias, because it's about the sample size. It suggests that perhaps doing pragmatic trials is not the best use of resources, because and it's not feasible, the way to get biased result anyway. Perhaps this is not the way we should actually be spending money. What I'm going to share with you is how we designed the CHAP trial and deliberately addressed all 5 criticisms that have been leveled at pragmatic trials, with the hope that as you design your own health technology pragmatic trials, you'll be able to do it in ways that actually generate useful evidence that can actually help you to see whether should this be a funded program for the hospital or not. But when you think about it, if these criticisms are fundamental in how we evaluate evidence in the real world settings, it means whether we want to answer the question of whether providing a technology does more good than harm in a real world setting. We should allow all these problems to exist so that we can get a true answer of whether this really works in a real world setting. But as scientists, our biggest challenge is how to prevent those problems from creating bias. Because there's ways of actually doing it in such a way that we don't get a biased result. Hypertension. It is perhaps the #1 risk for hospitalization and disability in North America. I'm not sure whether it is in Brazil. It's huge. 35 to 50% of Canadians, they suffer stroke risk, and 20% of them are hypertensive. They're not even aware of it. I should find a way to stop this. It's going too fast. All right. Every 7 minutes we have someone suffering from a stroke or a cardiovascular risk event of some sort. Stroke and cardiovascular problems are the #1 reason for premature death in Canada. Believe it or not, that was the state before COVID. COVID is gone. We are back to square one. This is still the #1 reason for people dying. Stroke is the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada. I wonder what's the 3rd leading cause of death is in Brazil. We spent over 22 billion on cardiovascular related problems, the majority of which are prevented by just managing hypertension. Okay. What do we know? All the studies that have been done to try to figure out how to manage cardiovascular problems have shown that the best thing you can do is reduce systolic or diastolic blood pressure, even just by 5 units. And this can be done with just one medication that the patient uses consistently, or changing their lifestyle, going for a walk, going for a run, just being active. We can actually impact heart failure by reducing it by 50%. Strokes by 40%. This can reduce deaths by 10 to 15%. The evidence has been consistent from trial to trial. It has been consistent from setting to setting all across the world. But we also know that in practice, there's huge gaps. Most people who have hypertension, they are rarely ever detected. If they are likely to be detected, 50% of them will be treated. If they are likely to be treated, 50% of them will be controlled. This phenomenon in science is called rule of halves. It doesn't only happen in hypertension or cardiovascular problem, it happens in almost every clinical setting. Many people who have hypertension, they're not even aware of it. A lot of young people suffer this because they think, oh, I'm too young to have hypertension. A lot of people actually have inherited this from their families. Right? There's good ways of measuring blood pressure to diagnose it, and ways that are not so good of diagnosing blood pressure. Many people, they go to a doctor measures their blood pressure, your blood pressure is high, we'll put you on medication. They just measure it one time. And we know it's not good to do that. Everything that we know about how to best manage hypertension, in reality, it is not done in the community. It is not done in primary care. So what we're trying to do with the CHAP program was to change that situation to see whether could we prevent people ending up in hospitals for cardiovascular related problems. So we looked at what we call mid-sized communities of 10,000 to 60,000, and this was spread all around the province of Ontario in Canada. And what we did was every elderly patient in these communities, we're going to ask that physician to invite them to attend blood pressure assessment clinics. And these blood pressure assessment clinics were held at the pharmacies. Why? Because most elderly people are on all sorts of medications and they take their medication from the pharmacies. And when they're at the pharmacies, they actually have a blood measure cuff that they can use to measure the blood pressure. We were going to provide better devices to measure blood pressure during that time when they're in the pharmacy. The pharmacists collaborated with us because this was good for business. They were going to have lots of customers come. So we tried to make this as pragmatic as possible. So we had lots of volunteers from the communities who were part of this movement, and we had lots of retired public health nurses who actually made sure that there was quality control, everything was done well. People measured their risk factors, and then if the blood pressure was elevated, would ask the pharmacist to actually fetch that information to their family doctor. And the family doctor will call them to come in to take care of them. We also tell the patients, your blood pressure is high, please go see your doctor, right? So we try to push patients to do something and put the physicians to also do something. The idea was that there would be a spillover effect. With the spillover effect, if a physician has received about 10 faxes today, he will look at his clinic and say, oh my God, a lot of my seniors are in trouble. He will call them back to come and see him so that he can actually manage them better. So lots of people participated in the program. It was a community movement. Radio stations, TV stations in these communities were part of the movement. They were broadcasting the program. And people could attend one clinic, they could attend 3 clinics, or they could attend the clinic every week. And this was done over 6 months. That's where the how comparable the two communities were. We had 19 that were in the control group, and then we had 20 communities that received the program. The other 19 did not receive the program. But keep in mind that people could move between communities. Somebody could visit another person who is in a community that has a program and then attend all these things. What we found out was that we were able to reduce hospitalizations for acute MI, stroke, and congestive heart failure. And we were able to actually reduce hospitalizations for the other 2 except stroke. That's what's really trying to use pragmatic strategies, use resources available in the community to be able to actually help people self-manage and get their primary care providers to actually do a much better job to manage their cardiovascular risk. It's about knowledge translation and perhaps implementation science. Every hospital needs to be engaged in this. How do we address all the criticisms about pragmatic trials? I make you aware of this paper because it provides a detailed description of what I'm going to share with you in the next few slides. High rates of loss to follow-up. We said, well, loss to follow-up is part of the normal process of providing clinical care in the real world setting. Right? A patient is prescribed some medication, the doctor said, please come and see me after a month, let's see how you are. They don't show up. They don't come back. What we were interested in is to see the consequences of bad care if they don't come back. So we use independent registries, which is a counter of the system. Anyone who gets hospitalized, they end up actually being kept up in the registry, and then we look at the consequences and use intention to treat that every single person in the communities that were participating had to be included in the analysis. What about non-adherence? Some people came to one clinic, some people never came to a single clinic. Some people were diagnosed with elevated blood pressure and asked to go see their doctors. Some people did, some people did not do it. What we wanted to look at is, all right, we have communities where the program is available with all this advice. We have another community where this is not available. Does it make a difference in making it available? So we use intention to treat, we said this is part of life. What about blinded patients and so on? Now, think about it. In clinical studies, yes, maybe we blind people so they know what they're not receiving or receiving and so on. But in the real world side, all of us know what we're being prescribed. So the idea of blinding people in the real world setting doesn't make sense. Right? We said this is part of life. People know what they're told not to do or what they're told to take. It's okay. We just want to look at the consequences of whether this leads to better care. What about internal validity versus generalizability? In pragmatic trust, we are asking a question of whether if we make the program available, does it do more good than harm? If we say, you're living in the community that has the intervention, please don't go into the control group. That doesn't make sense. That's not how that works. Doctors don't dictate how their patients have to live and where they have to live. So not allowing crossovers, blinding clinicians and patients, and forcing people to come to the clinics, that's not how life works. We said by tampering with these things, we will actually not make the study pragmatic. In fact, the study will no longer be pragmatic if we actually prevented these things. Because we wanted to evaluate whether this works in real-world settings where all these issues exist. So, in order for this to be valid, all the natural problems of life had to exist. We had to evaluate whether this program would actually be successful in the presence of all the real-world challenges. Huge sample sizes requirement to detect small treatment effects. Well, in a population setting, even small effects can make a huge difference, right? The issue was, well, if the sample size had to be large, does it make the study not feasible? In fact, we included everybody who was in those communities. If you look at the cost per resident, it was $20 to run the study. Which means the idea that pragmatic trials may not be feasible doesn't seem to be supported by the evidence, at least based on this trial. In fact, we looked at the evidence for exploratory trials preventing cardiovascular problems. Look at the patient cost. It's counted in thousands, but the cost for the CHAP trial was $20 per resident. In other words, this criticism is not supported by evidence. So Dave Sackett and I organized a meeting in 2012 to discuss this issue at the Society for Clinical Trials meeting. It was in Miami. We invited two other colleagues from the US, some of whom have actually written some of the criticisms about pragmatic trials. The idea was not really to embarrass anybody, but rather to have a discussion. Perhaps we thought maybe we're missing something that they can teach us about. And Dave Sackett asked a very simple question. Are pragmatic trials testing with the devil? Right? Or is it simply the confusion around the question being asked in a pragmatic trial? And he gave the following analogy. Suppose a Ferrari works well on Formula 1 circuit or cross around M25 during morning or evening traffic jams. People know where M25 is? It's a highway around London, England. In the morning, it's jam-packed with traffic. In the evening, it's jam-packed with traffic. So an exploratory trial, this will mean that testing a Ferrari on M25 lacks internal validity. But a pragmatic trials will conclude that Ferrari is a waste of money for daily commute. Think about that. I tell my kids, this is my idea of a Ferrari for my retirement. Hopefully you'll buy this for me someday. The most important thing is we have to think about what we mean when we say something is pragmatic, right? For us to be able to have programs, interventions, technologies that really make a difference, it means we have to think about how we then not stop at the time when we show that something works under ideal settings, but take it to the next level of assessing whether it works under very routine conditions, real-world settings, with all sorts of problems. It's chaotic in that sense. Absolutely chaotic. Right? Real world, it's messy. complex to try and implement knowledge in that setting. But we have to adopt a pragmatic strategy to be able to get a good answer. Does it really work under real world settings where your patients are a mix of people with all sorts of conditions? We are going to invest money as a hospital, as a system, to actually solve a particular problem where patients are a mix. That's where the evidence is lacking. And that's where the technology needs to go in terms of being assessed. All these problems have to be allowed to exist if they are part of the real world setting, right? Because if you then remove them and you do the evaluation after removing them, you're going to get an answer that tells you that, oh, it actually works, but it is no longer the real world setting because you remove the problems of the real world setting. The idea is how we guard against biased conclusions. And this actually requires that we have to change what we mean by bias and validity in the context of real world setting. The problem that we have with the way we're using these words when it comes to pragmatic trials is people are using criteria that were designed to assess the validity and bias for explanatory trials, and they apply them to pragmatic trials. Those criteria were not meant to assess the validity and bias in pragmatic trials. They were meant for assessing validity and bias for explanatory trials. Okay? That's where the biggest problem is. The chap was one of the 5 winners of the top Canadian awards in 2012. We did actually, we were nominated for the BMJ Paper of the Year in 2012. We didn't get it, although we were invited to attend the gala. And we received other awards since then. And the American Council on Epidemiology and Prevention actually, they thought this was perhaps an important step forward for community-based cardiovascular health promotion program. And I think pretty much for every technology, for every program, once we feel that it works under ideal settings, we then have to take it to assess whether it works under real-world pragmatic settings where we have all sorts of problems and challenges. Sometimes the medications are not available in the hospital because of costs. Is this provided this still works? All right. It was a collaboration with several colleagues and several organizations, and I also would say anytime we deal in pragmatic trials, really collaborating with others is the best way to go. Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Professor. Could you talk a little bit more about your experience in Filipinas that you passed through so fast that I couldn't know a little bit more of the results of the thing?
Yes. And I did actually go very fast over that example, just to give an example of how and where we actually applied the CHAMP program. In the Philippines, life was tough actually, because a lot of the communities we deal with, they are very remote. And the way the Philippines healthcare system works is that they actually have public healthcare workers that are paid by the Ministry of Health, and those were the people we're trying to use to be able to reach some of those communities that were in the intervention control. But it was incredibly difficult in some of the communities to reach people. But in the end, the program we were able to actually show that we reduce rates of diabetes in the communities that had the program versus the communities that did not have the program. In essence, really, what this showed was that there's potential to actually help communities by having this program funded by the Ministry of Health, and they were already paid these people anyway as public healthcare workers, and they have a lot of community clinics in different villages in the rural settings. And still not sure whether they actually adopted as a policy after we left. But we're definitely able to show that the program was actually very, very helpful. Not only did it reduce rate of diabetes, a lot of people had much, much better control of hypertension.
Olá, boa tarde, professor Lehana. É um prazer tê-lo aqui novamente conosco.
One second.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Hi.
Now I can hear you.
Obrigada por estar aqui novamente. É um prazer recebê-lo aqui no Botucatu. É sempre bem-vindo e sempre traz coisas boas para que a gente possa aprender ainda mais. A minha pergunta talvez um ponto. Aqui no Brasil nós temos o SUS, que é o Sistema Único de Saúde, onde todos os municípios têm unidades de saúde públicas que poderiam fazer, que na verdade tem como função fazer o papel dessa avaliação de pressão arterial, medidas de hemoglicoteste. No entanto, nós temos baixíssima aderência da nossa população a essas estratégias, que seriam, de certa forma, voluntárias. E a minha pergunta é, o que vocês faziam com essa divulgação que convenciam as pessoas a participar desta proposta tão interessante e tão necessária?
So, I mean, it's a very good question, and I should tell you that Brazil is not the only one that's suffering from people not being able to adhere to what may appear as common sense measures to you and I, right? But the reality is that translating knowledge into practice is difficult. Why? Because people deal with all sorts of barriers in life. We all know that the determinants of health are multidimensional. The social, psychosocial, financial, and all sorts of stuff. While you and I may be worrying about getting people to have their blood pressure assessed, most families are worried about getting food into their stomach and feeding their children. So I think some of the strategy may involve in understanding the barriers to adherence and has as part of the strategy all the measures that would address the key barriers as to why people do not adhere to basic measures that save their lives. Hey, listen, all of us want to live. Our customers want to live. Our neighbors want to live. But we don't all face the same pressures in life. Some have to worry about paying for food. Some have to worry about paying for medication. Some have to worry about a child going to school. There's all sorts of pressures that we all face in life. What's important is understanding what would be necessary in a community to translate the best available evidence and get everybody to adhere to it. Sometimes we may actually have to provide babysitting service to get people to come, or provide some other incentives, including transportation, to make this. So now there's a whole idea of decentralizing trials. It used to be that for most trials, people come to the center to participate in the trial. And people are now thinking, when we did it during COVID, people never had to come to hospital to participate in the study. Perhaps we could figure out how to decentralize knowledge translation and get people to actually do things from home, from their community, and bring all the services and incentives into the communities, and perhaps work with people who can actually help because they're influencers in the community. Sometimes I may not be the best messenger to talk to my community. Why? I don't speak the same language that they speak. Right? Somebody who lives in that community speaks a much better language than most researchers. And those are some of the strategies we can perhaps use to be able to see what would work best in one community. The other thing is, what works in one community in translating knowledge may not necessarily work for another community. We may have to adapt our strategies based on community needs. And perhaps collaborating and working with community stakeholders and influencers, that might be another approach to do it. I wish there was a simple answer to it, but the reality is it's not that simple. Human beings and human needs are complex. All right. Now the time is 2:35. Okay.
Boa tarde, professor. Na verdade, eu queria só fazer um comentário. Como o Brasil, assim como o Canadá também é um país muito grande, a gente trabalha em esfera federal, estadual e municipal, a saúde, eu acho que o Brasil muitas vezes tem que personalizar suas soluções em cada comunidade, e isso é muito desafiador para nós, porque as realidades são muito diferentes, geograficamente, financeiramente, economicamente, tudo. A gente tem realidades muito diferentes na população, e a gente está falando de um país com diferenças muito gritantes. Então, eu acho que o desafio para o Brasil, um dos principais desafios é personalizar essas soluções para chegar onde a gente quer. E isso depende também muito de gestão. E a gente sabe todo o problema político que a gente tem enfrentado. É lógico que a gente no mundo tem desafios políticos muito maiores, mas o Brasil ele tem esses desafios para trabalhar. Então, eu acho que é isso, meu comentário.
Well, it's a very good comment, and to be honest, it's the truth in Brazil. But if you go to other countries, you'll actually find the problems are not unique to Brazil. Even in a village, in a city like Hamilton, where I come from, there's pockets of communities. They all have different cultures, different way of thinking about the same issues and so on. And what works for one community may not work for another community. The politics come into play, right? The Chinatown group doesn't think about this issue the same way as the Italian group. So Brazil is not unique, to be honest. We have different levels of government too. We have municipalities, which is localized. We have provincial, and then we have federal. So sometimes the federal will actually inject resources, the provincial will inject resources, and when it comes to local, the situation is different. They have different priorities. It's a challenge. But I often say we live in hope. And one thing we cannot afford is the luxury of losing hope that we can change the situation. We create the environment we want. And it's with the community not allowing hope to be lost that we can make a difference. That's why we're having this discussion. Sharing experiences, sharing what might work or work in my community and how you can adapt it for your own community. Thank you.
Lehana, I'm going to speak in Portuguese. Com a minha experiência aqui no Brasil, acompanhando meus pais, médicos, uns vizinhos que às vezes necessitam de ajuda, eu verifico que às vezes as pessoas não têm um entendimento completo da condição ou da doença que eles estão sofrendo. Então eles não compreendem as consequências. A maioria das pessoas, ou pode ser um número grande de pessoas com high blood pressure, por exemplo, você pergunta para eles qual é o seu problema e tem a pressão alta. Eles não sabem das consequências do lack of treatment, da falta de tratamento. Então eu acho que o primeiro passo para a gente conseguir a aderência da população nesses programas, é educá-los sobre as doenças, as principais doenças, as doenças cardiovasculares. À medida que eles começarem a entender mais a doença e as consequências da falta de tratamento, eles vão sim procurar ajuda, porque ninguém quer morrer, né? Eles querem viver e querem ter uma qualidade de vida. Então, eu acho que nós temos a obrigação de começar a educar os pacientes, né? E falar um pouco mais sobre as doenças, né? Esclarecer todos os pontos dessas questões.
That's true. That's just one part of the story, believe it or not. That lack of education and awareness is part of the problem. But what studies have shown from time after time is that even those who know, they don't behave the way they're supposed to behave. A lot of doctors don't do a good job. Hey, I'm not a doctor, but I'm not afraid to tell my fellow doctors and clinician colleagues that you guys are not doing a good job. And it has nothing to do with lack of knowledge. They know what they're supposed to do. They know what they're not supposed to do. But human behavior is incredibly difficult to manage, right? The only industry that has been able to do it successfully is aviation. But how did they do it? Aviation, they did it through regulation. Not incentive, but step. If you don't adhere to regulations in aviation, the consequences are very clear. It's prison. That's why when you enter an aeroplane, they say the same thing in every single airplane. Where the exit is, what you're supposed to do when you're in the plane, and all the stuff, and you kind of think, I've listened to this in every airplane. But they still repeat it anyway. That's why aviation has the highest safety profile. Right? Can we do the same thing in healthcare? We can't imprison doctors because we would have to imprison all of them. Right? We can't imprison patients because we imprison all of them. Right? So we have to figure out how can we incentivize good behavior among doctors and among patients so that we can have healthy communities. And it's not people who actually know better about human behavior don't often actually work with people who generate evidence about what to do and what not to do. We need more collaboration with psychologists about how to modify people's behavior. Psychologists tend to do actually experiments with students, and students don't suffer the kind of problems that most patients suffer. So we don't really understand enough how to modify patient behavior, how to modify physician behavior. So this is not a problem that has a simple solution. And it's complex to modify human behavior. Look, the only way we managed through COVID was everybody was afraid of dying. Right? And most countries actually said, we don't care. Stay in your house. Alright? They just forced people to stay in the house. That's how we managed to do it. And those who were actually not obeying the rules, they ended up actually locking them up. People were locked up for not obeying the rules. We can't live like that as a species. That would be too difficult. So we have to find other ways of actually getting people to behave better and perhaps find incentives that will work, which is why most knowledge translation mechanisms or strategies have to do with what are the barriers. How can we address those barriers with other programs? And one thing we know for sure, when it comes to medicine, people don't do what they know they're supposed to do because they're too busy. So a checklist approach has been used and been shown to actually work. That's how they do it in aviation. They go through a checklist. So all what I've shown you about the programs and all the electronic health records, it's about using a checklist. did I ask about this? Is this under control? Is this under control? That's the only way we get people to actually do what they're supposed to do. Just have a checklist to remind them what they're supposed to do. Right? I encourage all the doctors here, just use a checklist for the pathway of care. Right? Straightforward. Yes.
Okay. We implemented, and it was like this, by force, yeah? Say surgery, checklist, on the wall, and with the surveillance through camera within the operating room, but it was tough. And they succeed to do because they were obliged. Now it's a routine.
Yes. It's really not that easy. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah. All right, it's 2:45. We're supposed to have, where is our gym instructor? Where is the gym instructor? He's not here. He left? Okay. Is there anybody else here who can work as our gym instructor? You? Maria, please. All right, let's go, Maria. Obrigado. All right. I promise this will be my last presentation, then I'll keep quiet. All right. Okay. So we thought we could talk about writing and how to do it in ways that will make it easier for those that are reading your writing. To be honest, when we write grants or we write proposals or we write anything, people just want to know, what is it that you're talking about? What is the problem? Why is it a problem? How has it been dealt with before? What do we know? What don't we know? And so on. How serious it is, and so on. And then, how did you approach solving the problem? How long did it take? All the simple things, and the idea is because science is based on replication. If I understand how you did it, I can replicate it. And then, of course, people want to know, so why? Why should I care? Why should anybody read what you have written about what you did? What would be the benefits for me to understand what you did and what you got? And why, if you are actually asking for money, are you the right person to do this? Why is your team the right team to do this? Why is your institution the right institution to evaluate this technology? So I'm going to make assumptions as I talk about the strategy that, well, we are here because we want to learn different ways of evaluating the technology. But that technology has to be evaluated because it's used to solve a specific problem, right? So there has to be a problem we're trying to actually solve with this. And I'm going to share tips of actually how to make your writing clear, simple, accessible, with very clear deliverables. I'm hoping that whatever I'm going to share with you will not only help you to be able to make your proposals or your protocols clear, but it will also make it easier if you apply the same principles for people to understand what you did in a study. One, everything that we do in science starts with the research question. Okay? Ensure that you spend as much time as possible making the research question clear. A few years ago, the Department of Anesthesia actually asked me to come and help them with statistical issues. And I said to them, you guys don't need help with statistical issues. You need help with framing research questions. And I said, I'm going to prove to you that all the literature in your field, you won't even know what the research question was from the papers you read. And they thought I was kidding. I said, no, it's not that simple. I can prove it. So we looked at a very simple framework, the PICO framework. When you read the paper, understand what the population was, what the intervention was, the comparator outcome, and time frame. And so we actually just took this algorithm and then went into the literature and looked at what was the evidence that the literature in anesthesiology does not tell you in a clear fashion what the research question was. We looked at the top journals in the field. And I can guarantee you, if you look in your own field and look at the top journals, you'll actually find this problem is not unique to anesthesiology. 90% of them was missing at least one element. Time frame was the most missing element. What they were comparing the intervention against was the second missing element. Right? Why is it important for us to worry about framing the research question? Because without a clear research question, it's difficult to understand whether we actually understood what the problem is, right? It helps us to be able to decide who to work with, enhances our chances of finding the answer, how we design the study, and sometimes as an editor, I reject studies because I still don't understand what the question was. And certainly increases the efficiency of finding the solution and helps to be able for you to decide what are the issues that I need to deal with to be able to find the answer and so on. But most importantly, it enhances the thought process. You know, you can think very clearly when you understand what the real question is. I'm a biostatistician by training. But for the most part, most people mistake me to be a clinician because I would wear a white gown, go into the operating room to try and understand what the problem is. so that I can be more effective in translating that problem into a researchable fashion. That's a skill that most programs don't teach. We are taught how to answer issues, but we're not taught how to ask questions. I think we can redouble our effort by just teaching people how to ask questions, right? When we look at this issue, we actually show that framing the research question right is actually associated independently with better reporting quality of those studies. And the methods that have been shown to be associated with biases, especially in the trials. Honestly, the research question determines the infrastructure, architecture, and the methods that we will use. It is perhaps the most important of any research endeavor. I'm sure you've all seen situations where you see the amount of evidence, and then you go through it, and then you ask yourself, what is the research question, by the way? All right. How does one go about framing the research question? Use a very simple framework, the Picot framework. Identify what the real issue is. Look at your options for what the interventions might be, what the comparators might be. Figure out whether you can actually frame it with a very clear statement where it's easy to identify what the target population is. You can't tell whether the evidence that you have in front of you is be useful for anybody without you understanding what was the target population for whom evidence was generated, right? And then ultimately you can assess whether the research question would be ethical. I'll give you an example of the complete trial, and I'm sure you've seen how I actually framed the research question. It's clear in the research question what the population is, what the intervention is. And I say to you, make it a habit. It has become a habit for me, and it become a habit for all the people I've trained. Just keep it simple, right? The chart, you've seen the same thing, right? And the second thing I say, most of us, we don't have the time, we don't have the energy to read a paragraph. If you can make it easier by using a table, I say do so. Why? Because human beings are just overloaded with information. They don't have the time to read. Okay? Remember everyone, whether there are people who are going to review your grant, who are going to have to make decisions whether they publish the manuscript, everybody's busy, right? Assume whatever you're writing, whoever you're writing it to, is not going to have the time to read it, and that's the truth. Or they don't even want to read it. And if they are forced to read it, you have to find a way to actually for them to get a message very quickly, within a minute. Otherwise, they're less likely to even be interested in continuing any further. We actually created a way to summarize studies using a simple table. Right? If you look at the table, you see what the primary research question was, what the secondary research questions were, what the hypotheses were, what the outcomes were, and the methods of analysis. The proposal itself is about 12 pages. The manuscript is probably even more than that. Nobody has the time to read 12 pages. But if they look at this table, they know immediately what the whole study is all about. And I say to you, never write a study or a protocol without summarizing the information in the table. That anyone can read very quickly and understand what the entire thing is all about. Remember, you won't be there to explain, this is what I wanted to say. This is what I was trying to say in this paragraph, right? Tables are easier to read, and most of us, when I actually look at the entire thing, I'm looking for a table that can summarize the information. If I don't find it, I'm incredibly frustrated, I'm irritated, and therefore I'm looking for ways to just reject it, right? Use tables. It's actually used by the Spirit Guideline as the best practice to summarize information. We've used it in almost every single study. You see that? It has become standard practice for us. I will not review any grant unless it has a table. And every single one of my colleagues who work with me will not submit any grant or submit any proposal or analysis plan without a summary table. It's become standard practice. And it makes life so much easier for everybody, right? Because all of us are too busy. We know, if it's a binary outcome, what methods to use and so on. Everything is standardized, easy to follow, right? And then I say, if you can't use a table, use a graph. Remember the saying, a graph is worth a million words. How do you say that in Portuguese? With the microphone. All right. So this is in every language, right? Trust me, a graph or a picture is worth a million words, especially today, because everybody is so busy. Use infographics. This is the manuscript we published in German. This is what people read. That's it. Nobody reads the entire manuscript. They just look at the infographic. They don't even read the abstract. This is what they read. And I say to you, never publish any manuscript without an infographic. Never submit any grant without an infographic. Right? It just makes it easier for everybody. This is one of the papers we published. Right? Immediately when you look at that graph, you say, I want to look at this part. Right? Compare this with the abstract, which is just text. This is more inviting. This is more appealing. This is more attractive. This is more friendly. Hey, it looks nicer, right? Same message and even better, because now you can pay attention to it. You can do it in your protocols or proposals. This is a summary for one of our protocols. Yes. What is it that we're doing? Why are we doing it? How are we doing it? See how it's nicely summarized using graphics, right? This is another one of our protocols. Why are we doing this? What are we doing? Who are we doing it? How are we doing it? When are we doing it? You see that? It summarizes the entire study in a way that's easy, it's accessible, and it gets somebody to pay attention to what you're doing. Alright? If you're dealing with complex interventions, because if you're dealing with complex human conditions, you're going to have to use complex interventions. This is something that was introduced, I think it's 2007, of summarizing complex interventions. Instead of actually one-page text describing this intervention, perhaps a graph like this is worth a million words, right? I use this all the time whenever we deal with complex interventions. We have used this in many of our trials. This was the chapters where we applied it. That was the brain pilot where we applied it. You see that? And then I say to you, these days, almost every single type of study design has a reporting guideline associated with it. Just familiarize yourself with the reporting guideline. And a lot of these reporting guidelines, they have a checklist. You'll find the reporting guidelines on the Equator Web Network, and you can use this as a starting point. Right? That's a stone, and you have all sorts of extensions, and they have a checklist. This is what the checklist looks like. It gives you an idea of, hey, what would I be expected to report at the end of the study? Perhaps I should make sure that I've covered all the areas. Believe it or not, the checklist approach is still the best way to get humans to do things. Right? Even in science. Alright? Now, the evidence shows that actually, when it comes to reporting, endorsement of this checklist helps, but most importantly, the journal requiring this checklist to be submitted at the time of initiative is a better indicator of adherence. Right? So I say, let's use the evidence about what works well in science, and let's try to actually do it. And then I say to you lastly, not sure what is last, size matters. Alright? Because I'm a statistician, people think I have a bag. And in my bag, I have a sample size from every study. All you have to do is come to me, even last minute, and say, just give me the sample size, this is what I'm trying to do. I'll just reach into that bag and give them the sample size. And I tell them, the sample size issue, yes, there's some statistical aspects to it, but it's not a statistical question. It is a clinical question. How much information should I collect to be able to answer this clinical question and have faith in the results that I get? That's what the sample size is. Is there anything statistical about that? Of course not. It's a simple English question, right? So I say to you, pay attention, because the sample size issue has to do with the validity, reliability, and the scientific integrity of the study. It is not a statistical issue. And this should be performed at the beginning of the study, not at the end. Okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Now, in academic institutes of health research, we have the randomized controlled clinical trials program. And I used to chair that committee. We actually had 3 strikes. And the strikes were meant to make sure that everybody understands the rules. Every single one of the grants was going to be reviewed by a statistician or someone who is a clinical trial methodologist. And in determining whether the information for the trial has been done well, they will ask a very simple question. Does it provide sufficient information to replicate the sample size? If not, that's your first strike. Does it provide sufficient justification for the inputs for that calculation? If not, that's your second strike. Is it aligned with the primary research question? If not, it's your third strike. Does anybody play baseball? In baseball, you get 3 strikes, you're out. It doesn't matter how important the question is. It doesn't matter how good the rest of the proposal is. If you get the 3 strikes, you're out. Okay? I would say, pay attention to it, Because I also showed in the morning that statistical significance is related to it, right? That's why most reporting guidelines pay attention to this. They want to know, how did you do it, okay? I often say, when you do also depends on how well you put it in the protocol, because you can do a fantastic job justifying all those things. And I've seen these explanations that people have provided of how they calculate the sample size and all this stuff. These are just not good ways of justifying the sample size, all right? Look at all these excuses, right? It doesn't give anybody confidence that this was done in a thoughtful process of trying to make sure that the results of the study would be credible once you have them. I say, if you don't have the information to your pilot, to be able to actually generate that information so that you can actually do it. Make sure that the reporting provides sufficient detail for someone to reproduce it. This is a checklist. Make sure that all these things are there in the report. And I provide people with an example of actually how to report it. And if you use that checklist against this report, you'll actually find everything is there, right? This is the Thomas trial that we did, and you also find everything is there. I often say, when it comes to size, there's a lot of things that could actually influence it. And we often don't have very good information about those things. It's better to calculate a table for the sample size rather than a single number. To show that you're thoughtful about it, you're aware there's other things that can influence it. And you've taken them into account, right? And show that actually the power could actually vary depending on whatever effect size you're looking at and so on. That shows that as a scientist, you acknowledge that everything that we do has uncertainty around it. And it's okay to acknowledge uncertainty to show that we're thoughtful about it. Lastly, I say to you, when you're going to actually now do the analysis plan for the study at the end, do it in such a way that you can provide all the details. And I often actually say, do it as though you are actually writing to publish it. Okay? And when you do actually do that, it forces you to pay attention to details. Remember, everything that we do, we have to provide enough details for somebody who has enough skill to replicate it. Everything that we do, we publish the protocol, and then now we publish the statistical analysis plan. Every month, it's almost now standard practice. Every single one of our studies, we publish the protocol, right? It would be very rare that we wouldn't publish the protocol. Why? Because it forces us to pay attention to details if we do that. Okay. Aurelia has done it. I think now it's become part of it because pretty much everything she was forced to actually write and publish. We've done it for different types of studies, and we've done it even developing the concept extension to pilot trials. We published the methods of how we did it. It has some benefits. You get feedback, right? Now, think about it. Who, when they've read a paper, it's a very nice paper, it's well done, and you're looking, I wonder who reviewed it. Nobody does that. You get free feedback from people who are there to make you look good, and they have no benefit whatsoever. So write to publish so you get free feedback to make you look good. A lot of reviewers are very good at doing that. But it also provides information to patients to know which study is happening where and who's funding it and so on. And it also helps to eliminate publication bias. We do the same thing when it comes to statistical analysis plans, especially for clinical trials. This is the guideline for developing statistical analysis plan. And for us, it has become standard practice. We publish the protocols and we publish a statistical analysis plan so that everybody is aware of what we're doing and how we're doing it. We've done it for the prospect, we've done it for this study, we've done it for this trial, and there are other things that can also facilitate your writing. Alright? And I want to say one of the most difficult things about writing is to actually get started. It's very difficult to get started, but it's also easy. How? Start with a simple structured outline. Okay? You don't have to write paragraphs, just write sentences, statements under each one of them, and then link them up to write a story. Most people will actually write a paper or write a proposal without an outline. I don't encourage it, it's painful. Most people write an abstract after they've written the manuscript. I don't encourage it because it's painful. Start with the abstract. Structured abstract. Even if the journal does not require it, always start with a structured abstract. It makes writing painless. Okay? Present it to your colleagues. Help each other. Give each other feedback. Okay? Now, in most programs or in most communities, people are not taught how to give feedback. And they think this is an opportunity to bash my colleague and show them how bad their work is. Okay? Don't do it that way. Every single one of us responds to encouragement. Every one of us. Start with positive things that you've seen about what people have done. And then say, here are the areas where I think I have suggestions of how to make it better. Okay? But always start with things that are positive to encourage everybody. All of us. I have seen a situation where I'm encouraging colleagues to work with each other, to actually give each other feedback. They see there's an opportunity to bring down another person. Alright? That's not what feedback is for. It's to help each other. And help starts with ways that can actually increase a positive reaction. This is the end of my message to you. I hope I've encouraged you now to think about simple things to make your scientific writing easier, less painful, accessible to other people, and bear in mind, all of us are incredibly busy. We don't have the time to read your proposal. We don't have the time to read your manuscript. Keep it simple, easier, and accessible. Make it attractive. Unfortunately, we all like attractive things. Make it attractive, alright? I've shared with you strategies that have worked well for us. They may not work well for you and your audience, but I'm sure you can find ways to adapt the strategies for your own benefit, for the benefit of your audience. I think with this knowledge here, I will say it's been a fantastic pleasure to be back here. I hope you've had a good opportunity sharing for today, and this is the end of my series for today. Any questions?
Brazil has a cultural important default, which is oral community. Oral, everybody speaks very well, but writes very difficult. It is a thing. So you don't have the notion of how precious is your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad it's helpful. I'm really glad it's helpful. I have to say that Brazilians are not the only ones who are struggling with it. Right? A lot of scientists struggle with writing. It's a painful process. It's like driving. The more we write, the better we get it. But most of us are so fearful of doing it that we don't do it as often because we're afraid of how painful it's going to be for us to get started. But I'm hoping what I've shared with you are things that will make it easy. I often say, to be honest, nobody complains with a short presentation. Nobody complains with a slide that has a picture instead of words. People complain about a long presentation. People complain about a presentation that has too much text. When it comes to humans today, just remember that anything text is a throw-off. People don't have the right to read text. They just watch videos on YouTube, TikTok. That's what attracts people's attention, right? So we have to make it easy and simple and
I'd like to comment that another thing that I learned with you is about the importance of the key messages.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Right. So journalists will ask you to have an abstract. And I've just showed you that that text, that in the form of abstract is not good enough. You can make it into pictures. But I also encourage people to have 3 key messages. Right? The first message is, what are you talking about? And why should it be here? Okay? The third message is, what did you find? Lastly, what does it mean? What are the implications of what you found? 3 things. And this can be done for any study. Why? Because that's what people want to know. People just know that whether we like it or not, nobody's going to read that paper. At least not the full paper. But everybody will read the 3 key messages. Everybody will read an infographic that summarizes the study. Guaranteed.
Oi, tudo bem? Queria agradecer a presença do senhor. Eu amei essa última parte. Eu, como aluno do mestrado, eu vejo que foi extremamente pontual. Eu teria tido mais prazer de conhecer o senhor no início do meu mestrado, que teria me apresentado essas ferramentas, que tem um checklist e tudo mais, ajuda a criar uma receita de bolo, né, na criação do nosso trabalho em si. Eu gosto muito dessa parte de infográfico, eu realmente me interesso. E eu não sei se o senhor usa algum programa, algo que facilite. A gente está assim, muito em alta usar o Canva aqui no Brasil, né? Sem conflitos de interesse nem nada disso. Mas é porque é uma ferramenta fácil assim, de criar essas imagens a designers. Eu não sei se o senhor tem algum programa, se o senhor poderia, né, também falar como o senhor faz dos trabalhos que o senhor apresentou. Obrigada.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic question. Right? The difficulty is, I'm not the best person to know about all this latest technology of how to do this. I have students in college who know how to do this stuff. So I just encourage them to do it, and they go out and find resources. There's plenty of resources apparently on the web of how to do what I just showed. But I'm just not aware of it because I've never done any more of it. But I just encourage everybody I work with to do it. Yes.
Eu vou repetir algo que já me falei pessoalmente. Quero agradecer essa oportunidade de ter encontrado uma pessoa tão competente, tão afetiva e tão comprometida com a vida nas comunidades. Obrigada.
I said this yesterday. I said, I've been coming here, I think this is my 5th time here. And one of the reasons why I keep coming back is simple. Is what I would describe in a single word is compassion. I've always felt when I come here. Another way is to actually say kindness. And I often say, we now know there's evidence showing that kindness, acts of kindness, are not only good for the person who's receiving it, but it's good for the person who's giving it. But we also know that the evidence is very clear showing that people who are witnessing acts of kindness benefit. So when people see you being kind to another person, it makes them feel better. Right? And you're just being so kind, and I know I'm not the only one benefiting. Everybody is benefiting from seeing words of kindness towards me. I feel blessed to have a platform, and I know it's because of the kindness I'm receiving, not that I deserve it. That's why I keep coming back. And thank you for your kindness.
Agora, a gente ia descer para um intervalo, depois subia para a discussão aberta. O professor Joyce deu uma sugestão boa da gente trocar, a professora Lehana concorda. Então a gente continua a discussão, para quem quiser tirar dúvidas, aproveitar, e depois a gente desce, tem um lanche, né, um coffee lá, e depois já vai embora. Pode ser assim? Então, gente, aproveitem o horário aqui com a professora Lehana, tirem dúvidas de todo dia que vocês ouviram, tá bom?
Hello, Professor Lehana. I would like to comment some presentations. In Brazil, we have, I've known that some projects in stepwise clinical trials are not really well accepted because they generally don't consider it to be a really clinical trial, even though the method guarantees that you can compare it and give causality. How is it in Canada or in your experience in the world? Because despite the fact that real-world evidence and pragmatic trials are in the peak of the wave now, there is also a lot of people researchers that are against those levels of evidence. So what's your opinion?
Okay. I'm going to repeat the question for the benefit of people who perhaps may actually miss the gist of what the question is. So in clinical trials, there are times when we have to use different types of designs to answer the clinical question. And one of those designs is called stepwise design. A stepwise design is often used in situations where we don't want to deprive anyone of the intervention of interest. And the idea is to ensure that everyone will be invited to be part of the study gets the opportunity to experience the intervention. Let's say, for instance, we have an intervention that we want to roll out to different hospitals. Instead of actually separating hospitals into you're going to receive it, these people are not going to receive it, all hospitals will receive the program. And therefore, we randomize the order in which they will receive it. So that means the randomization is just about randomizing the order. What he's saying is, in Brazil, there's a general feeling that when you randomize the order, then you still end up with an observational type of design that is not as clean as if you randomize to one group versus another group. And therefore, he's wondering whether we have the same level of criticism towards stepwise design as it has in Brazil. Did I get it right? Fantastic. Now, let me go back to the first point I talked about here, that the most important thing in every study is the research question. The research question determines the design. And there are certain situations where the research question dictates that the stepwise has to be the approach. It still provides us with a mechanism to be able to randomize to some extent. Yes, it's not as clean as a typical randomized parallel group design, but it still provides us with that opportunity. The difficulty with stepwise designs is that because you're randomizing the order of studying the intervention, you run the risk of time being a factor. So you have to actually figure out how to accommodate potential effects of time in the period when a hospital is in the intervention versus in the control. So there's time effects, period effects, and so on. And quite often the problem is that most people who use stepwise designs, they never actually account the effects of time. At least that's what the evidence seems to show when people review the literature, that they don't seem to actually account for the effects of time. But I don't think the issue of their utility and criticism has necessarily have to do with the country, but it has to do more with the deficiencies that we see in the literature, I would say.
Aproveitando também, resgatando pontos anteriores, para aproveitar a discussão aberta também para trazer uma discussão geral como veio da manhã. Tem sido muito defendido usar evidências de mundo real, muitos estudos que acredito que sejam usados pela regulação sanitária, também na Contexto, para ser aceito. E a impressão que eu tenho é que, na verdade, eles está sendo defendido, porque o que eles defendem não é a utilização de ensaios clínicos pragmáticos, trazendo evidência de mundo real, mas estudos observacionais, estudos com menor nível de evidência. Então parece que é mais uma defesa de diminuir o nível de exigência para uma aprovação regulatória ou de clínicos. Então a gente também compartilhar essa angústia que eu tenho dessa defesa, porque sim, de fato, temos essas questões, os estudos que a gente utiliza para tomar decisão não refletem o nosso contexto, a nossa situação. Mas o resultado, o caminho, o de abandonar o valor de perda, não é exatamente abandonar isso, mas não diminuir o critério para aprovação.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the point that you raised is there's almost a hype about real-world evidence these days, and now people are actually even forcing regulators to accept what they call real-world evidence in making regulatory decisions. The unfortunate reality is that real-world evidence people now use interchangeably with observational studies, even though they don't want to acknowledge it. Remember, when it comes to observational studies, the biggest problem we face is bias. That will never change. No matter how much technology we have these days to capture real-world data, the bias they present will always remain. Remember, we are only able to address bias and confounding issues if we have all the necessary data to adjust for it. The problem with real-world evidence as it currently stands today, most captured through registries, is that most of the information necessary to address confounding and sources of bias is not captured. Remember, in real practice, a lot of the channeling bias has to do with who is prescribing. How often we capture data about who is prescribing? It is not in the database. It's mostly information about the patient, not the provider. And therefore, we are not able to adjust for the effects of people who are providing care when we just for trying to determine the effects of the so-called real-world data. I think it's a potential disaster of regulators relying on observational studies to make regulatory decisions. I think regulators should be demanding pragmatic trans if they really want real-world evidence that they can rely on. That would be my take. But I'm also aware that there's a lot of people who disagree with it.
Just back to the stepwise trials, and could you comment on the crossover? Why they keep changing names? And also about the real work, really want to reflect how important it is for the medical record in the hospital when they do the electronic, like they are doing here, to do a right protocol up front from all the cohorts that are assisted in the environment, whether outpatients or inpatients. And so we can have the information, because in the electronic record, someone is responsible, and we have all the information about those that are allowed to prescribe in our environment. So if the design of the data is good up front, then we can control for those variables, and it is here, and I know that it's all over the world. The only way to do an economic evaluation was it for the field. So the real world data, I think it's a lot of value, but also needs a lot of care.
Yes.
And I want to.
Absolutely. I mean, the key word is prospective planning. Prospective planning is when we actually plan about things going forward rather than going back. It's a lot harder to do things retrospectively, because that's where we run into problems of information missing that we didn't capture. If we do it prospectively, we have a chance of actually figuring out how to capture it. So perhaps with prospective planning, we have a chance of collecting all the necessary information that we know how to be able to actually correct for the effect of the things we know. But I remain cautious. The reason I remain cautious is because, remember, randomization allows us to be able to balance on things we know and the things we don't know. Our knowledge as human beings is limited. I'm sure there's a lot of things we learned today that about a month ago we didn't know. A lot of things we learned about risk factors this year, about some diseases that a year ago we didn't know. So only randomization allows us to be able to balance the things we know and the things we don't know, and therefore are not able to capture because we're not even aware of them. So I remain cautious using real-world evidence, even prospectively, in an observational state, because there's always that risk of things we don't know about. Okay. Now, step where you said, why do they use? What happened to crossover? Yes, you're crossing over. They're not using the word crossover because we've traditionally used the word crossover in a simple, where in a simple state where you move, from intervention to control or control to intervention, there's not this step way of doing it. Right? So I guess I'm trying to avoid a confusion of a simple crossover versus a stepped crossover. But the idea is the same.
Talking about what Carol told us, I would like to share a Brazilian experience in the past. The Brazilian Health Ministry sponsored a study about mechanical thrombectomy for the treatment of stroke. So there was a demand to incorporate this technology, but the evidence was outside Brazil. And before incorporated, Brazilian Health Ministry sponsored a Brazilian study who showed us that increased mortality due to stroke. I think this is doing better than use small observational study with so many matters.
All right. They say it takes about 40 seconds for someone to have the courage to speak up.
Boa tarde. Eu queria saber, na parte dos pilotos, se sim, como revisor de revista, né, tem um olhar mais diferenciado para estudos que descrevem a realização do piloto junto com o projeto de ciência que trabalha na hora de publicar.
Okay. When we are publishing the main studies and the person tells us, by the way, we had done a pilot study before we did this study, do we look at those manuscripts differently? Short answer is no, we don't. And the reason why we don't is because pilot information at that time is not useful. Pilot information is useful at the time when you're designing that study. It becomes useful at the end of that study only if that study is a fiasco. And you're trying to actually show, well, we had done a pilot and we thought this was feasible, but it was not feasible. So then you can provide a context of how your pilot was selected. You see what I'm saying? But on its own, just that statement, I don't think we'll pay much attention to it. There's a hand up there in the back.
Boa tarde de novo. O senhor tinha falado que os pesquisadores vamos colocar assim, não tem tendência de serem honestos com seus pacientes. Também em relação às informações que são passadas para o paciente, claro, o paciente a gente vê algo bastante extremo, né? Quando a gente olha para estudos acadêmicos, o termo de consentimento ele é tão resumido que chega quase a você aceita ou não, é quase um pedido de casamento. Você aceita ou não, é isso. E a indústria farmacêutica, ao mesmo tempo, ela elabora quase que um pergaminho para os pacientes com 15 páginas, 20 páginas. Então, a gente tem nesse extremo pacientes que têm a experiência de ter uma informação muito resumida e algo muito extenso. E quando você pergunta para eles de verdade o que eles vão fazer, qual é o papel qual é o objetivo daquele estudo, eles não sabem. Eles talvez uma população muito simples, que geralmente está envolvida, então eles confiam bastante nos pesquisadores, nos seus médicos. Mas qual é a experiência do Canadá nessa parte ética, em termos de consentimento, em termos de olhar para esses paradoxos, quando a gente vê que as informações dos pacientes são nesse sentido, assim, ou muito difíceis de compreender. Quando, na verdade, o termo de consentimento devia ser na medida que é possível ser compreendido para aquela população ou para aquele tipo de paciente.
Wow, thank you. That's very helpful. And actually, you summarize the problem in ways that doesn't only impact the person. But I can only tell you that I have sat on the research ethics board in my master for almost 20 years. I stepped down from that role about 2 years ago when I actually became the vice president for research at the hospital. The reason being, that committee reports to me, and therefore it was being conflict of interest. We have never seen a short consent process form. That's a lot more than that. What we don't know is whether it's actually helping patients. There's a lot of cry from trialists who feel burdened with consent requirements from research ethics board, and sometimes from regulators and pharmaceutical companies who are trying to protect themselves, that the consent information is too much. Unfortunately, research ethics board are reluctant to go the other way. But I say they're reluctant because for now, there's not sufficient evidence about what to do, how much is too much, how much is too little. I think we should be doing research to better inform how to structure informed consent process. We just don't have enough evidence right now. I think we are beginning to see some evidence trying to gather information about whether the process is providing sufficient information for people to really understand what they are committing themselves to. But I think we need to do much, much better to try to figure out what is too much and what is too little, and what is the best way to structure and how long should it be for someone to be informed when they participate in the study. I raised the issue of consent process for pilot studies simply because I have seen a situation where people are reluctant to actually be upfront that patients are being invited to participate in a feasibility study. A study whose primary objective is not a clinical objective, but rather the feasibility of assessing a study that will look at the clinical objective later on. And I don't think it's fair for them not to be told that they are participating in a study that's just assessing feasibility. As to whether too much, too little, you don't have the evidence at the moment. I think it's wide open. You guys should be investigating that. Reluctant as REBs or research ethics board are at the moment, and forceful as pharmaceutical industries are that, oh no, we need to cover everything, all potential side effects and so on. I'm showing you the evidence is there, you see, yes, but this is too much. And here's evidence to show that it's too much. But this is not that simple as you also want. What I just showed you that information on its own is not sufficient. How to deliver that information is equally important. And people try using infographics in consent form. I haven't seen it yet. and people try to summarize consent form using graphics. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen studies about the potential useful effects of using infographics in consent process. Somebody should do a randomized control trial. Do it. Here's a PhD project. Yes. Present two forms of consent, one with infographics, the other one without infographics, and see which one is better.
And one in presidential interview and another
Absolutely.
one by mail or
There you go.
territory.
The rest of the world, including us in Canada, will be looking for you for answers. Yes. Thank you. Obrigado.